In the audience, we have Brian Dijon. Oh, you have a mic. Perfect.
We do have a mic. I'm
awesome.
Hubert Romans from Dutchess.
Hubert.
Brian Dijon, Div 8.
And I'm Jeff with the county.
Great, thanks. Welcome to both of you. And we can officially call this Div 8 MPC meeting. 6.1. Maria, please.
Thank you. This subdivision application is to subdivide two lots, 3.68 acres and 2.59 acres in size from an agricultural parcel. The property is in Division 8, 10 kilometers north of the city of Brooks. The proposed subdivision is located within 1.6 kilometers of Highway 873. There are two residences that are being subdivided from the quarter section into two separate parcels. So the application is to add two lots to this quarter section. The applicant has submitted a land use amendment application to rezone the proposed Lot 5, Block 7, which is the southernmost lot, to change the district from agriculture general to residential rural to allow for the subdivision of a parcel less than 3 acres in size. This application has received first reading from council and the public hearing is being advertised, and it is proposed to be presented to council for public hearing and potentially second and third reading on April 11th. Each residence is serviced by its own septic field. The proposed setbacks meet the minimum separation distance according to the Alberta Safety Code. Each parcel is connected to the regional water line and has its own curb stop. Each parcel has access from Range Road 14.5, and the remnant parcel also has existing access from that Range Road. There are several outbuildings on the parcel, some of which will require MPC to grant a waiver to the setbacks in the land use bylaw. Those are outlined in this table that ended up being formatted a little bit funny. Sorry about that. Comments from the circulation were Alberta Transportation has no requirements for variances as the application meets the Section 18 and 19 of the matters related to the subdivision and development regulations. Alberta Health Services had some comments regarding some water wells that are showing on the Alberta Environment Water Well Viewer, and that can be dealt with by the applicant. Conditions for MPC to consider are that all property taxes be paid to the county, if required by municipal services or any other internal departments, that a development agreement be registered concurrently, that the applicant supplies utility right-of-ways, easements, or agreements, and that they be registered at land titles, that the land use amendment be approved by council, changing the zoning of the proposed Lot 5, Block 7 from agriculture to residential rural district prior to the finalization of the subdivision, that the encroachment of the shelter on Lot 4, Block 7 be addressed by either removal or by registering an encroachment agreement on the title of the proposed lot as well as the remnant parcel, and that the encroachment of the pivot on Lot 5, Block 7 be addressed by altering the proposed property line or registering an encroachment agreement on both of the affected parcels. Municipal reserve will be applicable on the residential subdivision because it does not meet the provisions of the MGA. So municipal reserve could be paid as money in lieu of land as per the policy set by council. It is recommended that MPC approve this subdivision with conditions and the municipal reserve requirement be paid as cash in lieu. Thanks.
Thank you, Maria. That's dealing with a lot of our questions, I think. Are there questions? Arno?
I don't know about the specifics, but so what will be unique about Lot 5 moving from ag general to rural, residential rural? And recognize that that's probably not that significant, but I think it's worth I'd just like to hear what makes it unique with that designation, if that can be addressed
Maria
easily.
will take that. Good.
So the reason for this land use amendment requirement is because the subdivision authority bylaw states that one lot can be subdivided out of a quarter section. A second lot may be approved by MPC provided that it is between 3 and 7 acres. So because this is less than 3 acres, the requirement to move to residential is initiated, I guess. By changing the land use district, it does restrict some of the uses that can happen on this parcel. So then it is really residential in nature. A single family dwelling is a permitted use, but any outbuildings or anything that may be associated with agriculture would now require a development permit. So that's the biggest change, I suppose.
Thank you.
Another change likely would be the tax rate applied. Would residential agricultural be different than Maria? Okay, no, I'm seeing
Taxes are based on the use of the property. So whatever the zoning is, the assessor bases it on what's happening on that parcel.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Greg.
So that encroachment agreement, it says here either altering the property line or registering an encroachment agreement. Do we need to know what that is when we make this decision today, or is it what does the owner want to do? What do they
Maria?
prefer?
Well, this would be a decision made by MPC. The pivot does, so the wheels don't go over top of this right here. So right now there's a pivot stop that goes here. So there's just a little piece of aerial encroachment of the pivot that goes over top of this lot. So the reason that the applicant would like these property lines this way is so that they can access this, this shed. So an encroachment agreement could be made. In the future, should this barn ever be removed, there is the opportunity for the owner of the remnant parcel to irrigate a full circle. So that would mean then that the aerial encroachment goes over top of this lot a lot more. So the two options would be move the property line so that there is no encroachment and there's never an issue. The other option would be that the applicant could register an encroachment agreement. So any future owners of either lot, if they review the title, they can see that this is an encroachment, that there was an agreement, and they are agreeing to this going forward. So that's for that encroachment. And then there's also this shed right here on the proposed lot 4 does go over the property line. So this property line was put like this so that there is no pivot encroachment. However, that does affect the shed. The applicant is here if he has anything to add. Thanks.
Brian, do you want to answer in your preference to that question?
Sure. Thank you, Council. Thank you, MPC and Madam Chair. Yeah, Maria did an awesome job of giving us the information that we needed and also articulating it today. So the two subjected cases, that one on the north, that's my residence there. And that shed that exists, it's an old heifer barn. It's still used for storage, but eventually it will disappear. So that's why, you know, I had no issue about drawing that little slanted line. I thought originally that the pivot would miss it, but I mean, it doesn't, it just comes across it, right? And it clears the barn, the end gun clears, or the end boom clears the barn quite easily. but eventually it will disappear. So that's why I agreed to, draw that line the way it is, so there's never any issue as far as if the land is sold. And I mean, we always have to look at these things like it's 20 or 50 years from now. And, I don't think I'll be living in 50 years, so there's not a chance that I'll be there. And the owner and whoever owns the farmland, same thing. So we don't want to create a conflict. And Maria pointed that out. On the other parcel, unfortunately, my brother couldn't be here. He's in Ottawa. There's a medical emergency in their family. Anyways, as is indicated, that the dairy barn, that's the long barn that's on the left side of that, the old dairy barn, it most likely will disappear. I mean, they use it for some storage now, for some hay and that, but we don't know what the future is. So I would assume that at some point in time that'll disappear. The problem that with redrawing the line is it doesn't provide any access to those sheds. And again, there's some storage in there, like John has a couple of trailers that he's got in there, and sometimes just various different things that are in both of those sheds. So there's no way for them to access if we draw the line to accommodate the pivot. So that's why we're asking MPC to grant allowing that line to remain it is, so he has a lane or a trail to get back to those sheds. So, thank you.
Go ahead, Arna.
Just, excuse me, thank you for the information, and I share the concern about 50 years from now or 20 years from now if people aren't checking the title. But just a question about the encroachment agreement. That would be registered on the title, and it's good for a time, right? Like there's nothing that could take that away other than both of a mutual agreement between the two property owners, correct? Is that how we understand that? Because I think it is a reasonable thing, and there's other areas where we try to discuss or deal with infrastructure that will be there for generations in terms of pivots and that kind of thing, and make sure we don't create conflicts where they don't need to be. But I think that encroachment agreement takes care of that completely, doesn't it?
That's correct. Once it is registered on title, then the only way to remove it is if both parties are in favor of that removal.
Good, thank you.
Just before we go to Lynette and then Greg, I have a question about the dugout. Is that a dugout at an angle, Brian?
There's no dugout on this property.
Okay. What am I looking at? Is that
Can you point out where you mean?
Top diagonal to the left? Down?
I'm sorry, your left.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
There was a dugout there, but when we
Okay.
discontinued our
So there's
dairy
a blue rectangular shape over in the corner of the top piece, and it's got an angle corner on it, Maria. Can you see it? No. So there you go.
That's trees.
Okay, that's
Oh, right there?
here, right here. See this diagonal corner, Maria? What is that?
That's the shed.
That's the shed you
Yeah.
referred to.
There's actually two sheds on this,
Okay.
on that parcel. It was a heifer barn, and then there was another one on a feed lot on the north side, so.
So the actual property line won't cut the corner of that shed off, will it?
Yeah,
It
it
will.
will.
It
And
will.
that's why I've said, I agreed when Maria pointed that out, and
There
after
we
Cam
go.
did his survey, then, we realized that, there's a conflict there. So, I've agreed to remove that shed or reduce, actually what I'm planning is I'll reduce the size of that shed by about half. And that way there's no issue for conflict at this time we own both parcels, so there's no conflict. But
Yeah.
at that time when it does come to pass that things change, that needs to either go, which is most likely what's going to happen, so.
So I'm going to put you on the spot before I go to Lynette. As old MPC person, what would you say to this application?
Well, I guess, we're trying to work with the landowner and with county bylaws, and I think that it's acceptable to put it on title because it gives the county the assurance that there isn't going to be a conflict created, that it's going to be up to the people that own the property to respect each other's, that water isn't put onto that acreage, and that they can't go back and, like that there's actual allowance for the acreage owner to get back to that, to where the storage sheds are.
Thank you. Lynette? Greg first, okay.
Oh, I just want to make the motion to accept this subdivision as drawn.
Lynette? Yes.
I do have a question. We have, in the past, we've looked at some of the variances and went, well, you're not within what you need to be, so, but we've got variance issues on both sheds. So I don't know, did we really put the property lines where they need to be? And also, it goes on, the encroachment stuff goes on title, but the variances, that's not said anywhere. Like, so when somebody buys it, they don't actually know that the shed is way too close to the property line. So I guess my question is, what should we actually be doing about that to make sure that when we are approving these, that they're done the way they, in accordance with the bylaws and such?
So the real property report would catch inform the new owners, and when you make a purchase nowadays, real property reports are required. That's one answer. Staff, do you have any other answer? Thank you.
I think the real property report is a good comment. So if MPC would approve this with the variances to the setbacks, those buildings become legal non-conforming. So they can stay that way as is until such time as something needs to change. So say for this barn, if they want to add to it, then a variance request would need to be made to MPC. MPC at that time could say, no, we're not okay. It's legal non-conforming. It can stay the way it is. But if you want to change it, you can't. Maybe you should just get rid of it and start fresh. So that would be then a later decision of MPC. And should any of these properties sell, if a compliance report is requested, which it isn't always, but if it is, then a letter would be sent to those potential buyers saying that these do not meet the setbacks of the land use bylaw. So they would be aware at that point that they are legal non-conforming.
Thank you, Maria. We have a motion in front of us on this application. Are there any other questions at this time? Maria?
With that motion, could we have some clarification on the either the encroachment agreement or the removal? Or the third option would be leave it as is and staff can deal with it at the time of finalization.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that motion that the encroachment agreement to be listed on title, and that the lines should be drawn the way they are there with that encroachment. Is that what you need? Okay.
Sorry, you've heard the motion. Call the question. All in favor of Greg's motion? That is carried. Thank you, Brian, for coming in and answering our questions.
Well, thank you, MPC, and you guys do a great job. And again, it's a broken record, but this wonderful woman beside me does an amazing job. She's a great coach. I don't know how I would get through it without it. So thank you again.
Good.
Thank you, Maria.
Thank you. Thanks for your kind comments. And I just want to point out here that both applications today are an indication of farmers in different stages of their process, right? Brian's on the way out. I can say that because I am too. And Hubert is, the next application is growing the farm and adding a residence to the farm. So let's carry forward and look at the Romans application. Oh. Within weeks. Within weeks. So 7.1. Shanna Lee.
Thank you. Development permit 2024010 is for the construction of a single-family dwelling with an attached garage to be used as a second dwelling on the parcel. There was no variances requested. The existing single-family dwelling was approved in 1995. There was no issues from staff or concerns, and there was no response from the adjacent landowner circulation. And Mr. Romans is here to respond to questions.
Thank you, Shanna Lee. Good morning, Hubert. Are there any questions of this application? Ellen has a question.
Yeah, for staff, I'm just wondering, I probably don't see it right on my computer here, but is there a approach?
Shanna Lee.
Thank you. There is not an approach, but the applicant has signed an approach agreement he was wanting to wait and to see how it went today before he installed the approach.
Did you want to add to that, Hubert? I saw your head nodding.
Okay. Thank you for your time again. And no, the approach would be up against that other property line. It would be the most likely spot for the approach, but I guess we wanted to make sure we first of all get the approval to have this building constructed, and then I guess we're down to costs and everything else. We gotta figure this all out. What's happening is my son lives in that existing property that you see now, and he needs to move to the main yard. So me and my wife need a place to stay, and yeah, we're a little early for the lodge, which might be a better solution. But anyway, that's kind of where we're at, and we have looked at that property, but we had some other property that we on a farm that's further away from the dairy, that we subdivided the house out of there and sold that property, and then we're going to use this will be a house for a hired man is our plan. So we just need something in the meantime that'll be our permanent residence till we are ready to go to the lodge.
Okay. Any other questions? How do you wish, Ellen?
Motion to approve the application?
Any other questions, comments? All in favor of Ellen's motion then? That is carried. Thank you so much for coming in this morning and enlightening us a little bit more on the plan.
Okay, well, thank you for your time, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. Till we get the building costs, and it might scare the hell out of us, so anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
thank you. We had no post-agenda items. Other business, nothing there. In camera, is there a reason to go in camera? Seeing none. Any questions in the queue, Catherine? No questions? Then I will adjourn this meeting.
Okay, I'm going to suggest that we resume the council meeting in We're online, are we, Catherine? Thank you. I will call this meeting to order. We have one person excused from the meeting. If we could have a motion to excuse Neil. Ellen? So moved. All in favor of the motion, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. We do have the minutes of the March 14th council meeting to be approved. Anyone have any errors or omissions or a motion to approve? Holly, please.
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you. All in favor of the motion, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. Call for post-agenda items. Is there anything that needs to be added by anyone? Ellen? Oh, no, okay. Anything that needs to be added to post-agenda items? I will just, with regard to our agenda, we do have appointments for presentations at 11, 11:45, at 1, and at 1:30. So we have that as part of our agenda, but otherwise, a motion to, excuse me, approve the agenda. Kelly, please. All in favor of accepting the agenda, approving it as presented? That's carried. Thank you. Question period or notices of motion. Is there anyone who has a question online or any councillors wanting to provide a notice of motion? Seeing none, we'll move on to item number 7.1, the bylaw for 2069-24, the special tax for EID, and we will be providing three readings to a number of these bylaws this morning, so please.
Perfect. So the first one is the EID special bylaws. So that is for a special tax levy for lots within subdivisions that are receiving water from the EID.
Okay, thank you. That's fairly routine. Are there any questions with regard to this bylaw? Seeing none, is there a motion to pass first reading? Lynette, please. All in favor of passing first reading for this bylaw? That's carried. Thank you. And we go directly to second reading. Is there a motion for second? Dan. All in favor of providing second reading? That's carried. Similarly, a motion for third reading. Adina, please. All in favor of the motion, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. Oh, consent for third reading. Pardon me, I did. Okay, we have jumped way ahead of ourselves. A motion to provide consent for third reading, please. Adina?
I was going to say I'll amend my motion to consent for third reading.
Okay, thank you. All in favor, please indicate. So do we need to revisit third reading? Yeah, third reading. So now a motion to approve third reading. Holly, please. Thank you, and that's my mistake. I bear the burden of responsibility for that. All in favor of approval of third reading? That's carried. Thank you. And with that, let's move to item number 7.2.1, motion for bylaw 2070-24.
So this one is for the Rolling Hills raw water irrigation system. It's a special tax that I levy annually. And so we coordinate with the community representative on balances, and they elected to keep the rate the same for this year. Yeah, just looking for three readings on that one as well, please.
Thank you, Shannon. Do we have a motion to approve first reading? Kelly, pardon me. All in favor of passing first reading? That's carried. Thank you. Similarly, a motion for second reading. Greg, please. All in favor of second reading? That's carried. Thank you. Now, we need a motion of consent for third reading, if that would be Amanda, please. All in consent? Yeah, thank you. All in favor of moving to third reading? Consent for third reading, that's carried. Thank you. And a motion for third reading. Ellen? All in favor of the motion for third reading? That is carried as well. Thank you. Now let's move to item number 7.3. Go ahead, Shannon, please.
So this one's very similar to the previous one, only it's for the Scandia irrigation system. So I also coordinate with their community representative, and they also elected to keep the rates the same. So again, 3 readings, please.
Thank you, Shannon. Is there a motion to approve first reading? Lynette? All in favor of approving first reading for that motion? That's carried. Thank you. And a motion for second reading. Amanda, please. All in favor of approving second reading? That is carried. Thank you. And similarly, we need a motion for consent for third reading. Dan, please, if you would move that motion. All in favor of the motion, please indicate that it's also carried. And then a motion to approve third reading. Adina. All in favor of the motion, please indicate that is carried. Thank you, Shannon. Thanks for the input. Now we will move to item number 7.4, right? Which is the bylaw for the electoral division boundaries, first reading for bylaws 2073-24. Matt, do you have some information for us on that?
Yeah, I'm tempted to ask for 3 readings on this today as well, but that's going to be a departure from our terms of reference. So we are looking for first reading on our electoral division boundary changes. Last meeting, we got a recommendation from council. You will see the final map that administration has put together for you. I will point out that we did depart a little bit from the literal interpretation of your last motion. I have to give thanks to Constantine and GIS who said, you know, your Div 5 is looking kind of like Thor's hammer. I said, yeah, you're right. I actually did not intend for that piece of 1715 to be with Div 4. So we've included that back with Div 5. And in the spirit of minimizing the number of changes, we swapped the label for Div 7 and Div 8, which will be of benefit to folks like we had in MPC this morning. They'll be able to keep referring to their division as Division 8. So with that, open for questions or entertain first reading.
Okay, thank you. Matt, are there any questions with regard to what we have at hand today with the electoral boundary review? Ollie, please.
I would just like to move option 1, that bylaw 2073-24 receive first reading as presented.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, all in, a question, Ellen?
When will we see the final draft, completely?
Yeah, the final draft will be the 3rd attachment in your package and the one that we've got up on the screen labeled bylaw 2073-24 Schedule A.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to approve first reading, please indicate. That's carried.
Thank you very much. That was a relief. Sorry.
We're on the move. No, that's fine. Amanda, please.
Just curious, in that map, why is 7 and 8 not flipped? In the map you just had up there?
In the previous concept map where you see 8 in the pink, that was labeled 7 in concept map 2. So those are the labels we switched. So you see 8, which is where the current Division 8 kind of is.
Yeah, it's just in our map, they're not switched.
It's Schedule A, right? It's not, it's not, concept 1 or 2, it's Schedule A. Yeah. Okay, good. Any other questions or clarity required around this? I think we're ready to move on. Thank you. Let's move to item number 9, Agriculture Services Board Business. Mr. Todd Green, welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I was glad we had a little bit of a break between Shannon and myself, because Shannon said she was going to come in here and try to be funny, so I hope she didn't do too good of a job.
You're going to have to,
I'm doing my best.
The bar has been raised.
The bar has been raised, all right. Well, I got to get through as much as I can, and we want to have good discussion, but try to get before your guys' delegation at 11. So I think the Ag Fieldman report you see there in front of you, we have talked about some of this stuff before, so I won't dwell on anything, but we're happy for the spring moisture. I'm sure everybody is as well, or most people are anyways. Never comes exactly at the right time, but we're here for it. The Hamlet Gopher programming is going well. Was chatting with Donovan yesterday this morning. They had a meeting in Bizano. They're also doing some work out in Bizano at the oh my gosh, cemetery, and they're going to start doing a little bit at the rodeo grounds. So we're happy to have that partnership with them as well. Those activities that we do, those are all cost recovery. So the town of Bizano is happy to pay us to help them out in that regard. Some very minimal rentals for this period, which is pretty typical. And we've got a lot of guys on the drill list. So if anybody's listening out there, it'd be good to see names on the drill list so we know where we've got to go and how fast to get it there. We were super excited to secure our seasonal staff. Great mix of returning and some new additions. So that always helps quite a bit, especially for some of our junior maybe positions. It's nice to have a good mix so they can see, what has been done in the past versus what is some new ideas. And anyways, it works out really well. Yeah, and I mean, this is April. We've got seasonal staff starting on April 11th, or sorry, it's the end of March, but we're beyond the planning phases for everything. We are gearing up to go. So excited for that. Richard and Faye are back at Emerson this season, opening the gates to the public on May 16th. I lied to you in this report. It says we have 5 seasonal spots. Will has filled 3 extra spots since I wrote this. So we have 8 seasonal spots filled. So we're happy to see those get done. We're working with the PhD program again this year. We had a meeting with Dan last week. Everything's coming together. He's only got 1 site that he hasn't confirmed for this year, and he's got, I think, 1 or 2 in his back pocket ready to go if this person decides they can't do it. So if you guys don't know Dan Biel from the EID and the PhD program, really smart dude, really loves planting trees, and we're happy to work with him. We're also going to work with Brooks Fish and Game. That's what BFNG is, Brooks Fish and Game. I know you were all curious. I could see the look on Dan's face. He was confused again. That's Brooks Fish and Game. But yeah, so just tidying up that aqueduct project, helping them expand that a little bit. Great group of guys and girls to work with. Special Areas and Vulcan and ourselves ran the kosher webinar. I scrolled through 3 or 4 pages, the one meeting I went to see all of the attendees. There was attendees from all over the place. It went over really well, and my understanding is it'll be on our website in the very near future. So anybody that wants to watch 3 hours of kosher programming when they have time at their leisure, they can do that very soon. So countyofnewell.ab.ca, that's where that's going to be. Just because everybody's listening on the YouTube. And then the Ag Day, I think, is coming together well. We haven't seen any numbers back from Grasslands yet, but we have all of our booth spaces confirmed, and it's going to be at the Silver Sage. And yeah, we're pumped. We know that the Silver Sage rents out their space. So when we talked with Carlotta, I just asked her, what the space may cost and all that kind of jazz. And so we're going to do a little bit of an odd payment schedule. We're going to do some weed control work for them over there in lieu of paying for the rental. So I think it's a win-win. They need some of that done, and we need the space. So that's what I have for you. I'd love to entertain questions.
Good, thanks. Todd, questions? Holly, please.
I was just wondering, what is the comparison on cost for the seasonal site at, you know where I'm talking about, as opposed to the Rolling Hills Reservoir?
Emerson Bridge.
I don't actually know what the seasonal sites are worth at Rolling Hills.
Dina?
How much is a seasonal site at Emerson Bridge?
Well, that's online.
Countyofnewell.ca.
I might have to send you that comparison.
Probably depends.
Do we have a date on our Ag Day?
Yes, so we're getting everything set up on May the 6th, and the 7th, 8th, and 9th is when we're going to have students there.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Lynette, please.
I had some comments asking whether it was going to, any thoughts were put into opening it up in the evening and trying to get families or like adults to come as well.
Todd?
Yeah, we even thought about that last year as well, because there's such great information and such great opportunity. The trick is having everybody ready and available from 8 o'clock in the morning until 8 or 9 o'clock at night. This year we're adding a few things, and we kind of lean on some wonderful community members as well in a very difficult time of year. So May 7th, 8th, and 9th, providing that it's not raining outside, everybody's going to be trying to either fire up a pivot or get seeding done. And, you know, we do have some landowners that are involved as well, so it might not be as easy to open it up, but there is that. We have considered it. We just don't know if it works.
Okay, thank you. Dan?
You mentioned the Hamlet Gopher Control Program. We had our Rolling Hills Hamlet AGM the other day, and there was a request for gopher control on the one ball diamond straight north of the community hall. So hopefully that is in your planning, and if not, I'll include that as a request in my email when I send that out real soon.
I think that was a great meeting. I seen the minutes. We did collect some work out of that, so we'll just have to get that budget dollars from you. Just messing with you. Yeah, I think we'll move it. We don't have many in Rolling Hills. There wasn't a lot of gopher pressure, but I'll double check with Donovan where he's got it.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, a motion to approve the Ag Services Report. Please, Kelly, all in favor of the motion, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you, Todd. Do we want to go to 9.2? Let's policy review.
All right.
Todd, please.
Policy review is always so very exciting and engaging. And I know when everybody read the policies, they thought the same thing as I did. What you'll notice in the policies is that these policies have been built over time. They don't really see a lot of changes. We do some wording. We update a few numbers, specifically the rental policy. We changed a couple numbers. There's not a lot changes from year to year in our policies, except for the weather, which dictates how we enact those policies. So I'm not sure if there's much for discussion, but if there is some, I would be happy to entertain it. The weed control roadside policy, that outlines, I think, really well how the guys kind of handle their day-to-day business. When we get into the bacterial ring rot inspection and control policy, a lot of that policy is a direct excerpt from the bacterial ring rot management plan, which is designed by the province and PGA, Potato Growers of Alberta. I apologize, I use a lot of those acronyms because the names are so darn long. So the Potato Growers of Alberta actually sends us the list of potato fields that we are to go out and inspect, and that policy outlines how we're going to do that. Our rental equipment policy outlines the things that we do rent out, the reasons we do it, and kind of how we'll work with producers to make that happen. And then our grass seeding policy is kind of the when, why, and where, and how the Ag Services Department works to reseed burrow pits and county disturbed areas. So those are the 4 that we have for kind of recommended for accepting as amended. And then we do have the rabies support policy, which we had put in place probably in that 2013 range, which is a policy, it was a policy that we put in place so that we always had direction to be involved in the rabies program that the County of Warner, it was Cardston County, County of Warner, MD of Tabor, Cypress County. Anyways, we all went together with a program to make sure we were looking for rabies. So we had hired a professional trapper to trap skunks kind of along our river, Scandia, Rolling Hills area, skunks and raccoons. And if there was any signs of rabies, we would send those animals away for testing. It's just kind of our way. That's where we thought our biggest risk of getting a rabies outbreak would be from the south up. So that was the only reason we had that policy. We haven't had a rabies outbreak in 30 years, and our trapper sadly passed away, and it was just kind of time that the program went away for now. So we thought it'd be best to rescind that policy instead of keep it going.
Okay, thank you, Todd. Are there any questions or comments with regard to the policies? Holly, please.
Just a knowledge question. For the bacterial ring rot, is it a percentage of fields that you test? Do they send you? They have you test every field? Is there a little background to that?
Yeah, it has to do with seed lots. And I don't exactly know the rationale for it, but so every potato acre that's grown commercially for fries, chips, whatever, they come from a seed lot, and we have to inspect each one of those seed lots. But that doesn't mean we get so in our county we have multiple potato producers, but those seed lots may be tested in a different municipality. So we might not get every seed lot. We might not test every seed lot in our municipality, but every seed lot has to be tested. So the last couple of years, we only had to do 1 field, which is very easy. But there's been other years where we've had 6 or 8 fields that we've had to do just based on how the potato growers outline for us.
Okay, thanks, Todd. Are there any other questions? If not, we have a proposed motion with regard to the policies, which I will read, that the following policies be adopted as presented and amended, or presented in this case. Policy 037-24, which deals with roadside weed control. Policy 038-24, dealing with inspection and control of bacterial ring rot. Policy 039-24, which covers rental equipment, and policy 040-24, covering grass seeding, and also to rescind in the same motion policy 2013 PAG 011, the rabies support, that one to be rescinded. Do we have a motion to cover that? Lynette, please. Okay, that option 1 with regard to those policies. All in favor of the motion, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you, Todd.
Thank you for having me, and thank you.
It being 11 o'clock, I will, and we have our delegation here from the Brookson District Community Foundation, Dave Andrews, and you'll make an introduction for us. Please have a seat at the table, and we will also we'll start with introductions of council and then have you introduce yourselves as well. Welcome here this morning. Let's begin with Amanda for introductions.
Good morning. Amanda Philpott, District 8, Duchess.
Good morning, Ellen Unruh, Division 7 around the village of Rosemary.
Hi, good morning. Greg Screever, Division 5, Lake New Resort and Castles area.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Kelly Chrisman from the west side of the county, Div 6.
I'm Arno Dirksen from Division 9, the GEM area. Welcome here this morning.
Good morning, Matt Finsky, County Manager.
Hello and welcome. Holly Johnson, Division 4, Scandia, Rainier, and Bow City.
Good morning. Adina Scandrup, Division 2, the area around the hamlet of Tilly.
Good morning, I'm Lynette Kopp from Division 3, Patricia Millicent area.
Catherine Siakla, Communications Officer.
Ariana Nielsen, Executive Assistant.
And just stepping in back into the room is Councillor Dan Short from the Rolling Hills area. So welcome this morning. Dave, if you would introduce yourselves as well, please.
Well, thank you. I'm Dave Andrews. I've been here before and may well be here again. But we're here today to talk about the Community Foundation of Southeast Alberta. And I want to introduce to you Frances Barnes from Medicine Hat. She and I are both members of the Board of Directors of the Community Foundation of Southeast Alberta. And the Community Foundation is embarking on a new initiative. We're here to talk to you about it. We're not here to ask. We're here to show off a little bit. And it's a project that we're very excited about. And Frances happens to be very good at presenting that kind of excitement. So with no further ado, I'll let Frances take over.
Welcome. Please go ahead, Frances.
No pressure.
No.
So, go ahead.
No, do we have the...
Is there, I did send a slide thing to Ariana, but I was late last night. I'm a procrastinator by nature, and yesterday got away with me, from me. So I'm not sure if you received it. No. No, okay, that's no problem. I can do it without, but I do believe in pictures, so I imagine this. My first slide is a picture of a very good friend of mine, Randy Perry, who a few years ago won a Top 40 Under 40 award. And I played volleyball with her, and I just happened to read about it. She never said anything to our team. And I was like, whoa, like Randy, like this is a big deal. And she's like, oh, like it's kind of embarrassing. We hear a lot about those, Top 40 Under 40, Top 30 Under 30. And a few years ago, Jim Gray, who is an oil and gas man from Calgary, said, this is ridiculous. Like, we have a lot of seniors who are doing amazing things, and they need to be recognized as well. It's not just the people under 40 and the people under 30. You don't stop contributing simply because you've turned 65, or in this case, 70. And so the idea of a gala event to recognize 7 people over the age of 70 was born. So Jim Gray they've done it now they've had 4 events in Calgary. They do it every other year. And it's an amazing event. And last year, Jim Gray and Kim McConnell came to the Community Foundation through David, actually. That was Kim and David have known each other, and said, hey, we think this is an amazing idea. We would like to spread. We would like to have this to grow, and we're wondering if you would want to do it. It was initially, from our perspective, we don't do fundraisers. This isn't really what we do because we give money out. We don't feel that it makes sense for us to also then sort of be a middleman, take a fundraiser. So I will say this right now, it's not a fundraiser. There won't be any silent auctions. There won't be anything like that. It is strictly an event to recognize 7 people who over the age of 70 have done some amazing things in our community. So we decided under that, we have a pillar in our event or in our strategic plan called Inspire. And we think it fits really nicely. We do want to encourage people to inspire.
I've been reading some statistics. Right now in Canada, we have more people over the age of 65 than under the age of 15. Many people are not going to be retiring at 65. They're going to continue to be doing things. And so this is an opportunity. Let's recognize these people. Let's sort of toot their horns. But that's where our ask comes in, because we tend to be pretty humble. I actually talked to somebody out in the Foremost area, and he said, we don't do anything that everybody else isn't already doing. Like, I just, so you see this, it is, and so I'm like, but I disagree. I think that you do things that not necessarily other people are doing, and we want to recognize. But how I'm trying to sell this is, it's not about you standing up on a stage, although it is really about you standing up on a stage, but it's about the people in the audience becoming inspired to say, hey, I'm not going to simply, become a pickleball player when I turn 65, although I like pickleball, don't get me wrong, but I want to continue. I want to continue to do things. So I want to talk to you about some of the different areas that we are collecting nominees from. So agriculture, anything that they're doing in the area of agriculture. Now here's the key to this. It must be either a new venture or an innovation to something that they were doing after the age of 70. So if you've been doing this since you were 40 years old, you wouldn't qualify for this unless you've changed it. So a friend of mine, her father-in-law, he's 80 years old, and they decided they're ranchers, cattle ranchers, and they were gonna do something different with how they feed their cattle. And so they spray seed corn, and they just have these fences, and the cattle just move. Like, that was an innovation. And that would have been something then that would have qualified for a nomination on this, because he did that after the age of 70. So that's agriculture. The other one is health and recreation. So anything in those fields of health and recreation that's innovative after the age of 70. Arts and culture, science, business, volunteerism. We got lots of people who are volunteering. Are they doing something different after the age of 70? Environment, taking action, creating innovation in the environment industry, and overcoming adversity. So conquering obstacles, challenges, or inciting change. And then the last one is making a difference. So basically, we got you covered. If you have somebody who over the age of 70 you think would qualify, we've got a place we can fit them into this. I sort of feel that last one, making a difference, kind of takes anything that doesn't fit into the other events. So, Jim Gray sort of said there are many older, this is a quote, there are many older adults achieving remarkable results in fields ranging from business, science, arts, fitness, philanthropy, and more. Let's not stop because they are old. I want to talk to you last year. So Jim Gray gave us a table. He very generously donated a table. 10 of us went up to Calgary and watched this event. And before we went, I was kind of like, well, I don't know, maybe we should do this. Wow. After that event, walked away and said, I'm in. I'm all in. I really believe that this is something we should be doing. We have these people in our community, and I'm inspired by listening to their stories. So I want to talk to you about the people that were nominated and won the award this past year. Ron Gitter, he was a former senator, 88 years old, and he started a huge tennis facility in Calgary, and has sort of put them on the map worldwide for tennis. Dr. Benno Nig, he's 85 years old, biomechanics expert. He works out of the U of C kinesiology department. He works with Adidas, he works with Nike, he works with Lululemon on designing shoes that will make the athlete faster, better, faster. He's world-renowned, and he lives in Calgary. And I've been told his space in the U of C is kind of a little back kind of closet you go into, and people around the world fly in. He's worked with David Beckham. Like, he's big. He's a big name guy. John Scott, he's an 83-year-old rancher. Interesting, you know, the first year they did this, it was actually 8 over 80. Their nominees were over 80. This was, he's well known for Heartland, bringing all those movies to the Calgary area. He's also a stuntman. He helps them run all their stunts. Yeah, so he won the award this last year. Janice McTighe, 82-year-old visionary educator. She started the Renfrew School for handicapped children, and it only went to grade 6. And she said, well, they still need to go to school. And so she then raised $30 million basically on her own, and is building or has built a junior high school for these children. She won the award. Tanya Williamson, 76, she was a youngster in the group, 76 years old. She really took on the Ukrainian immigrants, and she really stepped up and said, I'll help you. I'll get you housing, I'll get you a job, I'll get you furniture, I'll do this. So they recognized her. Mogan Smed, kind of one of my favorites, 75 years old, quite a card. He was fired at 65, and at 71, he came back, started a new company, and 4 years later, they have over 500 people employed in his company. It's a production company, and he got up and he said, you know, we use AI versus AI. He says artificial intelligence versus actual intelligence. That's what we use in our company. So 75 years old, still in the game. And then the last one was Tom Jackson. He is an award-winning actor and musician, and he is doing a lot of philanthropic work with street people. He's kind of taking that and using his credibility, his name, to raise money for those people. So that's last year's. I believe we have these people in our communities. I grew up in a village up by Lloydminster, and we have these people in our communities, but I need your help. We need your help, because we need to know about them. Again, they're humble. Oh, I don't do anything. I need you to really start thinking. I'm hoping as I'm talking, I'm kind of looking, it looks like I'm seeing some wheels start to spin, that you're thinking about, well, what about, you know, my neighbor, like, you know, what she's doing is that, oh, what about the fellow that lives down the road? We need your help. We need your help to get nominees for this event. So we always have an ask. My ask is that you become ambassadors for us. And now, as an ambassador, sort of 3 things. The first one is spread the word. Start talking about this. When you're having coffee with people, you're with your family, start talking about this. This event's coming up. And spread the word for us. The second part is get us nominees. We really need nominees. We're not looking for 20 nominees. We are looking for 7, at least 7. But we actually, I have now 13 people who have agreed to be ambassadors. We meet on Sunday mornings. These are busy people. It seems to be the only time, 9 o'clock Sunday, that most of us can meet. And we talked about the idea that maybe less is more. We're not looking for 25 nominees, because if we have 25 nominees, then 18 people didn't win. Right? And so we want to make sure that we have, you know, people, but we're not looking necessarily for, like I say, a ton of them, but we want to make sure we have, they are there. So we would like to see them. And we would like this to be the beginning for us. So this would be something we would do every other year, opposite Calgary. So, you know, keep thinking about this as you meet people. The other thing that you do, we would like as an ambassador, is to come to the event, buy a ticket. So when is the event? I bet that's your next question. It is October the 10th. That's a Thursday night. It will be in Medicine Hat. We're holding it at Medalta. And it is a gala dinner event. We're trying to use as many local people, local products as possible. We're really sort of making that our focus, is to keep it local. And it'll start at 6 and basically it'll be done by 9. And the comment that was made to us is, we're old. We don't want to stay out late. We just want to get in, get her done, and go home. And so it is an event. And what will happen is these people will be recognized. There'll be a 2-minute video about what they've done, and then they can speak. And that's, in my mind, where the magic happens, is when they start telling their stories. Somebody said to me, they're also well-spoken. And I said, well, they're over the age of 70, it's not new to them, and they're passionate. Like, if you're starting something after the age of 70, it's not like just a job, it's something that you're really passionate about. And so it is inspiring to listen to him. It was so funny because the MC, he'd say, okay, you know, and then they'd say, could I say something else? And he's like, oh yeah, you can, like, you know, and then they would go on. So it is a fun event, and it is inspiring. So 3 things: spread the word, see if you can bring us in some nominees, and come to our event. Buy a ticket, come to the event. That's my first ask. You know, there's always, so my second ask is, it isn't a fundraiser, but we do need to have some support for this. So we're looking for sponsors, is what we're looking for. We have different levels of sponsorship that, you know, companies can get involved with. So if you own a company, or if you know of someone who might be interested, please spread the word. Our website, where can you get this? So I have to spell this out to you because it's on my slides. CFSEA, CFSEA.ca. So that's our website for the Community Foundation of Southeastern Alberta, CFSEA.ca. And at the top, along the banner, it'll say top 7 over 70, go there. We have online fillable nomination forms as well. We've brought a couple if you would like a printed out form. And we also have the sponsorship comes in there, and you can take a look, and there's a countdown to sort of how many days, hours, minutes, seconds until the event. So that's what we're here. So that's what I'm asking for. It really is, will you spread the word? Will you be an ambassador for this event? And if you know of someone, will you spread the word about sponsorship? If somebody would come in and become a sponsor for the event. Any questions?
Thank you for that presentation. It is inspiring. I expect it will continue and grow into that in the future, I'm sure. Are there questions from anybody on council? It was an excellent presentation, and if there are no questions, that just highlights that fact. Dave, go ahead, please.
Yeah, well, now you know why I invited Francis. This is, just working on this project has been a revelation for me. I mean, I just happen to be a little more than 70. And man, am I inspired. And lots of days I feel like I'm kind of a piker when I think about what some of these folks are doing. What I really, really need us to do in this area is find at least 2 really good nominations. We have to get one of the 7 from our area. So that's my job.
No pressure.
Good. Thank you. And I think in terms of the inspiration, I think it's timely and extremely potentially inspirational for the younger generations too. There's a great deal of history that hasn't been experienced by people under the age of 70 that needs to be transferred forward, and I think there's a great deal of both opportunity and responsibility in that regard, you know, probably even for some of us under 70, but great initiative. I think appreciate the fact that you came in to explain it to us today, and we'll certainly consider that, I'm sure. Yeah. Any other questions? Dan, please go ahead.
Anything more specific you're looking for with regards to sponsorships?
We have a program that's available, as Francis said, on the website. We're looking for, and as Francis said, we never intended this to be designed to be a fundraiser, but having said that, we did want it to break even. The experience with the Calgary group is that sponsorships have just flooded into their surprise to an extent they never envisioned. And we're only early days in working on sponsorships for ours, but already we're well on our way. And I will tell you this, that if there is funds left over, they will remain with the Community Foundation of Southeast Alberta. And we haven't worked all our way through this, but we intend for those funds to support some kind of a project which somehow or another puts seniors in a mentorship position to help other younger people and organizations and so on in the communities. So in the event that there is a profit made, and I hope there is at least some, then it'll be put to good use. The sponsorships, there's a platinum at 10,000, there's a gold at 5, silver 2,500, and down to 500. So, we have a committee of business people in our organization that are working on developing those. If you have any contacts with somebody who would be interested in getting a sponsorship, I think, the experience in Calgary has been that this has been such an inspiring event that the sponsors have all felt that they've more than got their money's worth just by being part of it. So I can help you with that. If you know of somebody, just pass the name on, and we'll get somebody to contact them.
The other thing with the sponsorships is 7 of the sponsors are the ones who present the awards. So they're the ones that present that. So that's the other thing too. We're trying to find something small because they said, we got lots of stuff. We don't need more stuff that our kids just have to go through when we die. I just laughed. So anyways, that's our latest thing. Next week we have a meeting to see some ideas for awards. But that's another thing sponsors do, is they're the ones that present those awards. Thank you for having us. It was lovely, and I hope to hear from you. Thanks.
Thank you for your presentation. I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 11:30. I think we're good for time this morning. So we'll have to visit casually for a few minutes if we want to. Let's move to item number 7, municipal services business. Jeff, welcome.
I'm over here scrubbing your fridge out, just so you know.
I might have to use the gavel, but I won't until I have to. No, we're good. We're good.
Okay. Thank you very much. Hopefully I'll be short and sweet here. County of Newell Water Project Phase 2 Contract 4 tender was advertised February 28th and closed on March 19th. We had 6 bidders. Just a little bit of a refresher, in 2022 we pre-qualified 8 contractors to have the ability to bid on our rural water distribution installation projects. We tried to re-qualify some additional contractors last fall, August time, and we were unsuccessful. We remained with the same 8, which was all right. We closed the tender on March 19th. This tender is going to service the remaining 92 locations serviced from the second round of registrations. It's got 52.5 kilometers of pipe installation, so pretty similar to the last contract. 6 bids. Of the bids, the low bid received was Syncor. Again, they have completed contract 1. They are in the process of completing contract 2 by this June. And we'd like to ask today that council award contract 4 to Syncor as well. This contract is, like I say, the remaining 92 services. It's in the Scandia, Rainier, Bow City area as well. We've got some services in the Patricia area. It's a bit more disconnected than previous, but that's kind of what we were left with when putting the contracts together. So today I'm just asking for a motion to award to Syncor based on their tendered prices. And I do apologize, in the chart under financial and organizational in the RFD, I slipped and put some 6s in there, so that 3.7 million is actually 3.6. It's identified correctly in the motion.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. Are there any questions? This is a little bit unrelated, but what's the targeted completion date for the previous bid that's being developed or being completed right now?
So right now we've got 2 phases under construction. We've got the Tilly Rolling Hills area, which Syncor is currently working on. Their substantial completion, I have to check to verify if we've changed it based on any recent change orders, but I think it's June 25th of this year. So they are in really good shape. They're getting close to 80% done. They've got maybe a mile or 2 of cultivated land to get through here before they're out of that, so they'll have no problem meeting that deadline. We've also got Excalibur Mechanical working out of Bizano on the Bizano, Rosemary, and Gem contract. They've got off to a slow start just with the weather and the freeze and the thaw and the mud and the snow and everything else. They do have a bunch of line installed. They're starting to tie services in now. Their completion date is October of this year, so they'll have those services completed by October. And as you see at the end of this RFD, the substantial completion date in the contract documents is May 2nd, 2025. It does fall a little bit behind the dates, that we talked about early in 2022 that we estimated we'd be done. We had hoped we'd be done all of it by this fall, by that October date. Some issues with land acquisition and negotiations and chasing people down. It's just pushed that back a little bit. So we do need one more outside of the growing season to get into cultivated lands here to complete the final contract. So everything should be done by next May.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. That's good information. Are there any other questions? Or someone prepared to make a motion? Adina, please.
I make a motion that we go ahead with option 1 as presented.
As recommended, okay. Seeing no other questions, all in favor of the motion, please indicate. That's carried.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Let's move back up to agenda item number 10. Matt, please, administrative business.
Yeah, so this is a formality council goes through every year to meet requirements under our fire bylaw. We're looking for appointment of the fire guardians. You've got the list of names and positions there. I don't think it's necessary to read the book. Just looking for the motion to appoint our fire guardians for the
Okay,
year.
thank you, Matt. Are there any questions or someone prepared to make the motion as outlined, provided for us in our agenda? Lynette, please.
I'm prepared to make the motion as presented.
Thank you, appreciate that. Any further questions? All in favor of the motion, please indicate. That's carried, thank you. Let's move to item number 10.2. The proposed changes to the Grasslands FCSS agreement. Who's taking us? Matt, you're going to take us through that, please. Thank you.
Yeah, so at the most recent Joint Service Committee meetings, the topic of updates to the Grasslands Regional FCSS agreement have been discussed. I've included in your agenda package a summary of the proposed changes. Joint Services is recommending to each council, so going back to each municipality, that the changes be accepted as outlined in that memo there from Alan Martin, CAO over at the city. The one item Joint Services has sent back in addition to each municipality is trying to settle on a definition, if any, for member at large. So what we're looking for from council today is to approve the proposed changes to the Grasslands Regional FCS agreement, which have been recommended by Joint Service Committee, and have a discussion about whether any of the three options which have been presented for member at large are suitable. If council would prefer to recommend a different definition, or if council would prefer to recommend that member at large not be defined. As it currently is, the agreement does not have a definition for member at large. With that, I'm available for questions.
Okay, thanks, Matt. And you did draw our attention to the fact that there is not currently a definition for members at large, which is straightforward and fairly simple. And that's certainly an option for us. Are there any questions for Matt? I think my own personal opinion is there's no point in complicating something that's pretty straightforward and simple. So I'm not sure how council wants to deal with that, but there isn't a need for there to be a definition unless we want there to be. Any comments? Kelly, please.
So this came from member municipalities who have requested a definition, right? So that's where this is coming from. So I do think that we need to have the conversation about how we want it defined, and then that recommendation will, or that motion will go to the other municipalities, and they will decide how this is going to play out, right?
Yeah, you've got it. That's right.
Right.
Exactly.
So,
Yep.
so we do need to have the discussion around a definition.
Great. What's council's wish on that? Lynette, please.
What I had thought looking at it in number 2 or B, some places they have 2 and some places they have it called B. Member at large means a person that is either an elected municipal councillor or a resident of the participating municipality appointing the member at large. In the, I'm not sure how it would need to be worded, but I'm like, in the event of no suitable or eligible candidate volunteering, to be in there somehow, that it wouldn't matter if it was an elected official. Do you understand what I mean? Am I clear?
Yeah, you're saying that a volunteer would be accepted over, would be automatically accepted if they volunteered?
No, saying that it would be acceptable to have an elected official in the event of no suitable or eligible candidate volunteering. I don't know if that was, okay. Throw that out there.
That's an option. Greg?
I think the word suitable is kind of, it it's subjective. Like it is something that, well, it's suitable to one person but not to another. That's a tough one. And I think we'll have questions on that particular wording.
Okay, thank you. Adina?
So if you had somebody volunteering that doesn't live in the area but will be living in the area at some point, what would you call them then if not suitable?
I would think they would be ineligible until they were.
I think that, I mean, we're probably wordsmithing at this point. What is our intent? I think that the current agreement doesn't include a definition as per se of a member at large, and I think we've gotten by pretty well with that option. So I mean that one of our options is not to define member at large, recognizing that there is basically an understanding of what that means. So, but what does council want to do with this? Go ahead, Kelly.
Well, I like the idea of putting a definition in, although it's a definition that may not fly around the table from what I've had conversations. I don't mean this table either. So I'm interested in a member at large means a person that is either an elected municipal councillor or a resident of the participating municipality appointing the member at large. So that puts the decision in our hands who that person is and how they come to that board.
So just for clarity, did you include resident of the county of Newell?
Yes, it does say that, and it's the third option in definitions on the bylaw. I'm looking at the bylaw, or the agreement, I should say. It's the agreement, and it's the third option. Or number 2 option, sorry. Mm-hmm. They're all 3 Bs, but number 2. Mm-hmm. That's the one that we are following now, and I think, I mean...
Okay, that's, go ahead. Thank you, Kelly. Go ahead.
I do like the flexibility it gives us. I think that it's great to have people from the community, but sometimes it just gives us the flexibility given a situation or no one available or all those factors, right? I know you look at the library board, how many vacancies there's been over the years because you just can't find anyone to step forward.
Mm-hmm.
I guess, yeah, that's right. I mean, this is pretty straightforward. You could almost drop the elected municipal councillor from that as simply being a resident of the district, but I guess probably in terms of the organization, some of this was raised because of the appointment of a municipal councillor to that position, which again we decide whether we want to address that or not. So I'm fine if it's council's decision here. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, I think it's important to define it, as Kelly says, and I like what's being proposed right now. It will come, if we don't define it now, we'll have to define it at some time. We may as well get this off our plate, do a definition of it, and I like what's being proposed.
So item number B under the guidelines, okay. Do we need a motion to that effect? I think we do. If we want to go there, go ahead, Kelly.
I'll throw it out. Option 1, as my response or as my motion, with the member at large to be defined by the municipal council. Clear enough, Matt?
Okay, go ahead, Matt.
Might I suggest the motion read as follows: that council approved the proposed changes to the Grasslands Regional FCSS agreement recommended by Joint Services Committee as presented, and further that the second option for the definition of member at large be approved for inclusion in the agreement.
Okay, I think that's got it. Good. Ellen, please.
I would just like to hear the definition, what number 2 stands for.
Okay, member at large means a person that is either an elected municipal councillor or a resident of the participating municipality appointing the member at large. Correct? It's our joint understanding. All in favor of the motion, please indicate. Opposed? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. It being 11:45, 11:45, I will welcome the representation from the town of Bassano. Irv, join us. Do we need introductions this morning? I'm sure you will need introductions. We'll proceed with that. Why don't you take the 3 seats here, and we'll start with our introductions, and then invite you, Amanda and Sydney and Irv, to introduce yourselves as well. Please go ahead, Amanda.
Good morning, Amanda Philpott, Division 8 Duchess area.
Good morning, Ellen Andra, and I represent Division 7 around the village of Rosemary.
Good morning, Greg Screever, Division 5, Lake Newell Resort and Castles.
Good morning. Div 6 around the town of Bassano.
Good morning, Arno Dirksen, Division 9, the gym area.
Welcome, friends. Matt Fensky, County Manager.
Good morning, Holly Johnson, Division 4, Rainier, Scandia, and Bow City.
Good morning, Adina Scandrip, Division 2, the Hamlet of Tillian area.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Dan Short from Division 1, Rolling Hills.
Hi, Lynette Kopp, Division 3, Patricia Millicent area.
Catherine Siaklik, Communications Officer.
Ariana Nielsen, Executive Assistant.
Irv Murray, Town of Bassano, Mayor. Thanks.
Sydney Smith, Recreation and Community Services Liaison.
Hi, friends. I'll follow up with Matt. I'm Amanda Davis, the CAO in Bassano. So I'll just pass it back to Irv in a moment.
Yeah, welcome to all 3 of you, and go ahead, Irv, to take the presentation this morning. No, I think your mic is probably turned. There you go.
I got to defer to the the people with the paperwork, but from my point, I just wanted to say thank you very much to the County of Newell for their. We enjoy and appreciate the collaboration agreement we have and collaboration with all the councillors, and I believe we have a very good understanding with them, and we have no issues with the county at all. In fact, we get along very well in my point anyway. So on behalf of myself and the county, the councillors in Bassano, thank you very much for what you do, and I'll defer on. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're here today to give a presentation on the 2023 recreation update, as well as the 2024 proposed recreation budget. And I thought it would be a good year to introduce the face and energy of recreation in Bassano, representing our councils. So this is Sydney Smith. She's been with us for about 4 years now and started at ground zero once the master plan was developed for the region in the areas that we're operating from. So we're going to turn it over to her today to give the first presentation. Thank you.
Sounds great. So thank you very much for having me here today. If for anyone who doesn't know me, I was born and raised in Bassano and then returned to work for the town of Bassano after going to the U of C to get my business degree. Very, very happy to be here. This is where my passion for recreation began, starting at 14 at the Bassano Outdoor Pool, back where it all started off. So I'm very happy to share the 2023 successes with you here today, and then share the 2024 plan of action and budget. So in 2023, we focused on 3 priority areas. That was engaging user groups, reducing operating costs, and as well as programming all recreation facilities. Over the course of the year, we had a lot of success connecting with our user groups, due in part to my role there at the town to support them, as well as the town and the county's continued support of the Recreation and Leisure Master Plan. Last year, we were able to raise, through grants and donations, $158,000, which all funded recreation. So on the topic of grants, we have the Recreation Funding Committee. So as a reminder, the committee is a 50-50 cost share between the town and the county, $27,000 being given by each municipal partner. Some of the projects that were funded this year was the Bazzano Arts Council's Concerts in the Park, and that was done in the community hall green space. In addition to that, we also were able to assist the golf course as well as the curling rink for operating expenses. The Bazzano Outdoor Pool Operations Plan went into its second year of implementation. We had a great and successful year. Between June and August, we were able to serve about 5,000 patrons and teach over 350 students how to swim. It's a lot of kids. And that was taken all in stride by our pool team. So our pool team this year, they were dedicated to creating a very safe space. In addition to that, they were operating fun days to make the pool more engaging, as well as they were operating, for the first time this year, free swim Fridays, thanks to some of our donors. As with any operations plan, we do have some growing pains. Last year, we had some troubles with staffing, but I'm happy to say that this year we've already hired 15 new staff members, 10 of which are returning from last year. We are fully staffed. 2 of those individuals are our returning pool managers, and they are already excited to return to the pool. Over the course of their year, they were actually able to get their National Lifeguard instructor certification. What that means is it's the certification to teach the lifeguarding courses needed to run our facility. This contributes to our in-house training program. It reduces the amount of outside contractors that we need to run it. Jumping into the barbecue competition, we had our second barbecue competition last year, and it was a roaring success. We were able to have over 1,000 people come out and join us, both community members and visitors alike. During that event, we had things such as the barbecue dinner and entertainment, amateur and professional steak cook-off, as well as a lot of other events, including Bazzano Dam tours and celebrating the region. Thanks to our generous donors as well as our volunteers, we were able to offer 3 new events. Those events included our Show Up and Show Off car show, live music showcase, as well as chainsaw carving from one of our local artisans. $9,000 was raised at this event, and all of that was put towards the Bazzano Outdoor Pool Liner Replacement Project. I'll touch on that a little bit later. So the Bazzano Pro Rodeo happened last year, and we were able to provide some logistical support to them. Thank you, Deputy Reeve Chrisman, for bringing up the pancake breakfast. It was very well received, and it's that type of support and excitement that, along with the volunteer hours, is going to make next year's Pro Rodeo even better. It's coming up very quickly. In regards to Rec Connect, I've had the pleasure of working with Catherine, and Bazzano intends to take full access to that program with all of our facilities that we operate, and we're encouraging our user groups to do the same. I could talk on and on and on about recreation, but I know we don't have the time quite for that. That being said, it would be remiss of me not to mention some of the projects that were initiated by our volunteers. One of those projects was the outdoor skating rink. Our volunteers were able to raise funds and purchase that system that will then be implemented next winter. Another one of those projects is the Bazzano Arts Council, fully funding the stage lights for the community hall, a great improvement to our asset. In addition, the Arena Management Board also completed their condenser upgrades. That is a huge thing for our facility and improves the longevity tenfold. In total, operating expenses billed to the county under the 50-50 cost share agreement was approximately $214,000. That's 15% under budget. So one of the reasons why we were able to do that was through our success in grants. Another one of those would be lower maintenance costs of the community hall, and then a slight increase in facility revenue. So we're very happy to see that. Moving into 2023 capital, the county's contribution of $136,000, that went towards lighting upgrades at the community hall, the recreation complex, and the joint use and arena facilities. It also went to arena ventilation and fire rating upgrades in the basement area, and of course our pool liner project. Now that was a very fun project. So one of the great things we got to do with the pool liner project was invite the Bazzano School students to help in the design of the pool liner. So when we invited the students out, they expressed that they wanted to see it under the sea theme, and that's exactly what we gave them. Throughout the construction process, they were able to come out, go and see what happens underneath the pool liner, as well as see their ideas come to life. You've never seen kids more excited than when they're in a pool not filled with water. At the end of the day, we hope that we inspired some future guards, and I'm pretty sure we might have got a couple. All of this momentum then takes us into 2024. So we are requesting $248,000 per partner, excluding the recreation grant funds, and those are for operating expenses in 2024. This applies to 5 departments, and this is actually a 2.5% decrease to what we had originally projected last year. We are committed to using recreation grant funds effectively. I think a good example of this would have to be last year I presented the 2023 pool budget to Amanda with a line item for $5,000 for pool lounge chairs. I was promptly sent back to my office to try again. I can say that Public Works was able to repair what we had left for those pool loungers, and I now have a grant for that for this year. Jumping into capital for 2024, our request is $171,000 per partner. The only existing project carry forward from 2023 would be the pool liner to finish that off with the skimmers. I would like to highlight the Sound Garden project because that's the only one that won't be moving forward if we don't get the grant, the New Horizons for Seniors grant. We should be hearing back from the government here shortly. And I'll pass it off to Amanda to talk about the airport.
Do we want to jump in the airport now, or did you have any questions possibly for Sydney first?
Yeah, thank you. Let's see, are there any questions of the presentation so far? Holly, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was just curious. Last year you listed the boiler upgrades were going to cost $30,000 for 2024. The number this year is $126,000, so it's almost $100,000 more. So can you explain the cost on that?
So I'll start first. When we anticipated that we'd have to do boiler upgrades, we had a random number with Public Works that we were looking at about $30,000. Once we actually had it quoted out fall of 2023, the actual cost is $120,000. So we didn't have accurate numbers in the first year.
Okay, go ahead, Holly.
Can you define what the boiler upgrade is for, like, what facility, what is this?
So the boiler upgrade is for the outdoor pool. So the current one that we have is past its lifespan. So it's just to replace that to ensure that we have heated water moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Lynette, please.
In the report, it says that the Bazzano Arts Council paid for the lighting, but it seems like the lighting is still on the budget as in progress. Can you just explain that part?
So there were multiple parts to that project. So we had the LED lighting that was the general lighting in the facility. And then we had the stage lighting, which was kind of a separate aspect of it. And then the sound system, that's what's taking place here in 2024. So basically doing an overhaul of our existing system.
So to expand on that, the Arts Council paid the full funds to do the actual stage lights that project onto the stage. What we've jointly funded to this point in time is doing the energy efficiency lighting upgrades for the facility. And then we will do the new sound system this year as a continuation of that project.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, let's go ahead.
Sure. Thank you. So just as a reminder from last year, there was a discussion and presentation on the Bazzano Airport. You may or may not recall that we were working jointly with ISL Engineering to do an area, we can call it an area structure plan at the Bazzano Airport. That was approved by both the town and the county. Then we moved into the subdivision process last year, which was passed. The goal for 2024 is to actually construct the subdivision at the airport that would give us 12 new lots for sale based on the layout that we've designed. We have a projected cost estimate of $100,000 to do this capital upgrade. Again, that would be offset by the cost of actually selling the land. In many airports, land is not sold, it's actually rented or leased, whereas at our airport, we sell the titled parcel. So we are looking to sell between $1 and probably $1.50 per square foot, which would give us cost recovery on the development. We do have 3 people in line waiting for a lot, but I mean, waiting all depends on if they're going to pay the price that we put out there after. The development is intended to be partially serviced with gas and power. And other than that, we would be building roads to the condition of back alleys. To gain cost efficiencies, our proposal is to loop this into the town of Bassano's 2024 Build Bassano development projects, which includes the demolition of an old water plant and cistern, servicing that lot for residential infill, doing a 4-lot infill development on the 5A Avenue Triangle, providing opportunities for houses under 1,000 square feet. Then we're looking at the feasibility of developing a 11-lot subdivision south of town where we would offer 2 to 3 acre parcels of land. And then finally, the Bassano Airport development. So we've listed in the capital upgrade this year a request of $50,000 from each partner. Jeff, Tiffin, and I did the estimate on construction at $100,000 for the airport. Until we get those tenders back, I won't be able to confidently say that that's the full cost of the project. The goal is to price the lots competitively to sell them.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? So, Ellen, please.
These proposed lots, are they all owned by the town of Bassano?
Thank you for the question. So the land is owned by the town of Bassano, and then when they buy the lots because it's in the county, then the development is owned by the county and tax base goes to the county. And I was just going to say, I did print a little supplemental. I don't know if they got this because I sent it late yesterday. That gives you an image. Can I pass that around or do they have it? Okay, very good.
We've got it. Yeah, just a question. What's our history with for Matt, maybe with regard to partnering on subdivision development and that kind of thing?
This would be the first in my time with council investing in a development. I'd have to go back in county minutes to see what the full history has been at the county.
Okay, thank you. So this is a new proposal basically for us to consider at this point.
I would say not really, because we've worked together for the past 2 years on planning the subdivision. We jointly funded the $10,000 cost to do the subdivision plan. Then we approved the subdivision jointly last year, and now we're moving through to construction. So I would say that it's been discussed and the planning has been there, and now we're coming forward with anticipated costs.
Okay. Go ahead. Thank you for that, Kelly.
2 questions. Are all the lots at the airport sold now? They are.
Everything that we currently owned was sold, and just to kind of give a little bit more background to that, years ago when some of the lots had sold, there was not development contingencies on the agreements. Anything that we would do moving forward would need to have a 1-year build commitment so that we don't end up with vacant parcels of land privately owned, undeveloped on.
Secondly, is there a land use requirement on these? Will there be a land use requirement? Can I park my tractor out there?
So that's one of the things that we've been working on jointly, because both the town and the county had redone our land use bylaws in the 2021-ish period. Everybody has been discussing the need to do a more comprehensive land use district for the Bassano Airport to ensure that it is making an ease for development. Where it stands right now is it's intended for hangar users, not storage.
So, go ahead.
And finally, my question is, $100,000 to make a subdivision, hey? Like that's a 6-figure number. That's huge, hey?
Well, possibly. We have to build a road, a taxiway, extend a taxiway. The subdivision costs alone are $12,000. So when it comes to actually bringing in earth-moving equipment, $100,000 is not unrealistic for that. But even if we're selling at $1 to $1.50 per square foot. It's at cost recovery plus. That would then be split back to the partners.
Okay, thank you. Just with regard to the conversation around restrictions on the use of those lots, at this point, they're pretty open, right? Or like, is it specifically for airport hangars and not just general storage?
It's mostly for airport hangars. It's what's in the county's land use bylaw under, I can't recall if it's airport or if it's Ag Gen Airport, but typically all that's been built out there are hangars. There's been a couple of shipping containers that people have applied for, but to ease everyone's mind, there's no land to build on out there at this point in time, so nothing's happening.
Right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Lynette, please.
So in that whole conversation, is there actually some lots out there that have been purchased that have nothing on them?
Yep, there are definitely two. So if you look at the image that was sent in the additional supplementals for your package this morning, there is a map. And if you follow, I have new road highlighted in yellow, taxiway highlighted in yellow, and then a small portion of the new road going north. Beside that, you'll see two blue lots on the bottom. Those were privately sold. Many, many, many years ago, and they're vacant. We've contacted these owners asking if they would sell to let people build. I mean, like I've mentioned, there's 3 people on the wait list, and we've made no progress with that. Yep. And just as a refresher to that, when you look at the map that's in front of you, you'll see dark red numbers 1 through 6. There were smaller subdivision lots out at the airport that were not going to accommodate the use of hangars. This is why the subdivision process was developed and done last year, to create larger lots that people actually want to build on.
Okay, thank you. Catherine, is there a possibility of getting that map up? Kent? She doesn't. Oh, you don't have it, okay. Okay, yes, it's. You got it. For councillors, it is in our email. I've looked at it this morning. If you look at your, yeah. I have it on my computer, but I'll take one if you've got a hard copy. Thank you. Just with regard to the count, like to our budgeting process, I mean, we'll be dealing with a final budget process or proposal on April the 11th, which we've been working on since last fall sometime. So this number, the proposal to partner on this build is probably new for us. What's the plan if the county's not interested in partnering on this?
If the county's not interested in partnering on this, then town council will make a decision whether or not they're moving ahead. They being town council, has the capacity in their land and development reserve to fund it, if that's the way the partners choose to go.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. Any other questions? Go ahead, Kelly.
Just to talk about the pool a bit more. It's awesome. You know, it's being upgraded. It's carrying on. It's being maintained to the best. And so kudos. That's a popular summer place. And for counselors that haven't been yet, I will promise to rent the pool this summer and invite you out. Okay?
You might be excited to know that we've formed another partnership with the Bassano School. So let's just say a decade ago, they used to come more frequently during school hours. Sydney, if you just want to expand on this and give them a rundown of what the pool schedule would look like in June to integrate the kids in.
Sounds great. So in prior years, we've had consistent school swimming lessons with specifically the Bassano School, and then they had come for free swim. Due to COVID staffing challenges that had kind of fallen off a little bit, we connected with the Bassano School and other schools in the region to basically bridge that gap again and say, hey, we are here to provide this service. So in the month of June, we're going to be providing school swimming lessons to schools that are interested in coming to our facility, and then providing free swim opportunities. So one of the things that town council passed as a part of their fee schedule was special rates for schools for both like a rental, like a 1 hour block, as well as swimming lessons. This was done because they have so many other expenses that happen to get them to access our facility, especially schools in the region.
Really what came out of that is we heard from the teachers is they wanted more opportunities for the kids to get in the pool and learn how to swim. And they wanted to know, how are we going to do that? We just frankly listened to what they asked for, figured out how to work it in. It's in the budget. There's different pricing opportunities, but it ends up opening swimming lessons for, let's just say, 200 more people that may not have had it before. So that's something that you can hang your hat on proudly, knowing how many more kids will go through the program.
That's great, and I would also echo the positive comment about working that through, because a few years ago, I mean, basically because of staff, as you indicated, things were seriously stalled, or I mean, it was a bit of a hiccup, but that's great because it's a remarkable resource in our area. Just a question about the lot development. Do you have any market intelligence with regard to the sale of these lots, or what the time frame might be to get these sold if you go ahead with this?
Sure. So my market intelligence is most airports don't sell their lots, so we have a competitive advantage with that. We have 3 people that have been waiting for us to do the new land use bylaw and create lots. So this has been on go for 2.5 years. And then we would be investigating posting these lots with a local realtor so that they can actually go on realtor.ca and be publicly found, rather than everybody searching, I wonder if the Bassano Airport has lots available. And also with the de Havilland development that's coming to Wheatland County area, that could very well be pushing more of the recreational flyers to other airports, maybe not. So even connecting with people in those jurisdictions and getting the development out across the province. One thing that some of the flyers had talked about that might be an advantage is looking at fuel over time to expand the airport. So for market intelligence, it's kind of we've got some interest, but I would speculate 10 to 15 years to fill the lots, most likely.
Okay, thank you. Kelly, go ahead.
So you hit a topic, future expansion. Is the terminal building going to suffice if this addition or subdivision was to go through?
I think the terminal building at this point in time hasn't raised any concerns, but if we end up with, knock on wood, 700 hangars out there in 2 decades, things will change. And I mean, but there's land around that to allow for that kind of expansion if it ends up being a need.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Dan.
The development, the costs so far, you talked about building roads and the taxiways, power, gas, sewer, water, are all those included, or is that not part of the plan?
Not part of the plan. We are looking at doing power and gas only. Anybody that would want water would tie into the county water line on, or what is that road number going north? The back Duck Lake Road coming into Bassano. Anyways, whatever number of road that is, the county's water line, like on the west side, the county's water line runs through that. So anybody that's buying lots 1 through 5 could service their lot with water at an extra cost. But there is no septic out there, and typically people with hangars aren't looking for the septic water. That is at least what I've been told by the users that are currently there. A lot of them tend to have their planes, classic cars and things in their shops, not necessarily looking for sewer.
Right, and there is an, what do you call it? There's an office that is plumbed. The terminal that's full service, correct?
It has full service. We just get it sucked out on an annual basis. Yeah. The terminal building is not a fancy special building. It's a little shack out there.
I've had a meeting there a time or two, so I know what you mean. Yeah, that's good. Actually, the comment about what's happening in de Havilland, with the de Havilland development west of Strathmore, is significant, and I think more significant for this area than we might recognize. And this is unrelated comment in some ways, but I would suggest or offer the option of maybe we should jointly with the town of Bassano and the county of Newell approach someone from de Havilland or the Strathmore area to have a presentation about what they're planning to do. And also, I think there's clearly been an indication that the spin-off will likely go east from de Havilland. I mean, the other way too, obviously, but there will be added opportunities to our region because of that. So I think that's a good point to make. So, and it's off the record, but I would suggest we maybe together look to get some information about that. We could do that together quite efficiently, I would think. So yeah, good. Any other questions? Anything else to present?
Nope, we've covered everything. If there's nothing further. Irv, did you have anything?
I just wanted to reiterate again how important you guys are to the well-being of Bassano, and not just Bassano, all the other communities, and recreation in itself. I mean, I don't think there's any municipality around that can survive without ample recreation, and that goes all around. And for those that haven't been to Bassano to see a lot of the recreation facilities we have, feel free. Give me a call. Give us a call. I'm happy to show you around whoever hasn't been and they want to visit and stuff like that. And as far as the opportunities coming from the west, it's happening all the time already. Even with the golf course, we got people coming from Calgary. They buy a membership in Bassano and to come out here to golf, and they're just coming. And same with housing, everything else. So further to that, and forget it, even beyond the de Havilland thing. It's just everything. There's lots of people that just want to get out of the city and get to the smaller communities, and we're in a geographical location that's just very good for that. And to the airport side of it, I mean, there's only 2 airports in the area, and there's one here and there's one there, so that's the 2, and the same length of runway as in Bassano as is in Brooks, so it's got nowhere to go but up, I believe, and it's just the way it's sorted out. So anyway, I just wanted to say that, and thank you very much for everything else.
Thank you for your presentation. Oh, Greg, you've got one more question?
Just off the top of your head, what's the population of Bassano?
Off the top of our head, 12, 16. Yes, we're up 10, and yes, we've sold 15 lots, and yes, there's a plan for 47 people moving to town in 2024 that are new.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Kelly.
Just to Irv's point, I'd like to add a shout out to all the volunteer managers of the facilities that we do fund 50-50. Thank you for the work that they do and they bring to the organization, and thank you for your position, Sydney. I'm sure that those management bodies appreciate the work and the support that you're offering them, because our buildings are aging. Our buildings do need that maintenance and that oversee, so much appreciated.
Okay, thank you. And thanks for your presentation this morning. And I would also affirm, as per your comments, we appreciate the good working relationship we have with the town of Bassano and the things you do for the region and the things we can do jointly together. So thanks for the presentation, and you'll join us for lunch. It's kind of the best place within walking distance of Brooks to the south to have lunch on a day when we meet. So thanks for coming this morning. Yeah, let's break till 1 o'clock when we have another delegation. Ready to go? I will call this meeting back to order and welcome members of the Lake Newell Marina Association led by Bonnie Anacreco. Welcome. I see you brought at least your bodyguards, I was going to say. That's good. But let's have introductions. We'll start with Neil over here and then we'll welcome you.
Neil Johnson, Division 10 Councillor. How are you?
Good afternoon, Amanda Philpott, Division 8, Duchess area.
Hello, Ellen Unra, and I represent number 7 around the village of Rosemary.
Hi guys, you know me, I brought my bodyguards too.
No, do anything. I'm Kelly Chrisman. I'm from the west side of the county, Div 6.
Arno Dirksen from Division 9 in the GEM area.
Welcome, Matt Fensky, County Manager.
Good afternoon, Holly Johnson, Division 4, Scandia, Rainier, and Bow City.
Welcome, Adina Scandrup, Division 2, Hamlet of Tillian area.
Good morning and welcome. I'm Dan Short from Division 1, Rolling Hills.
Good morning, Lynette Kopp, Division 3, Patricia Millicent area.
Hi, Catherine Siakla, Communications Officer.
Ariana Nielsen, Executive Assistant.
Sandra Stanway, Brooks Bulletin.
And so welcome. Introduce yourselves if you would, and then time is yours.
Okay, my name is Julian Anacreco. I'm the Vice Chair of the Lake Newell Marina Association.
Sean Yeaman, manager of the store out there at the marina.
Rick Nowak, I'm a director with the Lake Newell Marina Association.
And this lovely lady next to me is Bonnie Anacreco, my wife. And you're right, she's the brains behind this. Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry?
Yeah, your mic's on. I think your mic wasn't on for a minute. That's good. Go ahead.
Okay, well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to be here to discuss things with you with regards to the marina. We're going to share with you a lot of information. We're going to inform you what we've been up to. We're going to consult with you, and hopefully we're going to be able to get some involvement from the county in terms of some ideas going forward. The organization has been working over the last several months to try to save the marina for this year because things were not looking good with our discussions with the current owner, and we came up with a solution, and we had an AGM last week, and we'll discuss everything with you in terms of how that went. But I'd like to start out by asking our manager to tell you about the current state of the marina.
So I guess just real brief, the marina itself is going to be opening this year. We employ 4 or 5 youngsters out there, including 1 full-time summer student. We also run the weed machine out there. The store itself is fairly well used by the residents as well as over from Kimbrook. They boat over. We're the only spot of gas on the lake, which is kind of handy, especially if we're over in Kimbrook when you're camping. And yeah, with the addition of the new docks here, we're going to be opening up and ready to be a functioning store again for the year. Yep. As far as like the docks and stuff.
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
so you can mention that. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I thought Julian was going to talk to this point, but yeah. So the biggest reason for not starting the marina up was actually the ridiculous shape that the docks are in, as you can see there. They're old, they're dilapidated, they're a safety risk. We've had 2 wind events over the last 2 years where the fingers have broke off, and it's taken about 20 of us to hold them while the wind event happens. Luckily enough, we've been able to save the boats from any major damage, and we haven't had any major injuries doing it. The other issue we have out there is the launch. We've got some pretty big holes. The launch is just deteriorating over time. We've got holes that swallow up whole tires from trailers. It's uneven on either side. It's just filled up over the years, so there's really only one path in and out of the, safe path in and out of the launch. So it's turned a double launch into a single launch. But the main area of concern was the docks and the shape that they're in. As you can see, they're 20, I think 98, I think they were put in. And for the last 5 or 6 years, we've just been putting lipstick on a pig to try to get them to roll through the following year. I walked that dock this morning, and there's numerous boards and stuff that need to be replaced again. It's just, the costs are getting to be too much.
Okay, the other thing that Sean didn't say is that a couple months ago, he submitted his resignation as manager out there. And when I asked him why, he said, one reason, safety. He said, there's the state of the docks is so bad that there's going to be either damaged boats or people, more importantly, people getting injured. And he said, I don't want to be part of that. And our board also, we obviously trust his judgment. Our president couldn't be here today because he's working, Bill Herman, but he's a lawyer, and he said, if we go ahead and operate this year knowing that the state of the marina, the docks are unsafe, and something seriously happens, there could be a serious lawsuit, and as directors, we could be sued. So very quickly, we talked that over, and we said we don't want to have anything to do with it either. So not only was the manager resigning, the current board was going to resign as well, if nothing was going to happen with the state of the current marina. I'd like to talk about the impact of the Lake Newell Marina. As Sean said, it's the only the marina that provides fuel for boaters. Invasive species are monitored as all boats are launched from authorized sites. Lake Newell Marina serves as a site for search and rescue and efforts. The Marina Cove is sheltered and often provides protection to residents and visitors who are boating when the storm moves in. Lake Newell Marina is a draw for potential residents, especially South African doctors who love living at the lake and have specifically stated that living at the lake is a deciding factor about them choosing to live in Brooks. Lake Newell brings visitors and tourists to Brooks and area. We do not have the capacity to host visitors with only one boat launch, and tourism in the county of Newell will be impacted. Lake Newell Marina is at the heart of Lake Newell Resort. The residents have purchased property due to the access of the lake and purchased boats as a result. Access to the marina is a draw to living at Lake Newell Resort. Okay, so Sean has talked about the state of the marina. Now, when we really got rolling here, we identified 3 real problem areas that had to be addressed. And we're going to show you the costs of these 3 areas. As you can see, we got a quote for the docks from A&E, $280,000 for a comparable dock to what we have right now with 50 slips. The installation of the docks is $15,000. The shoreline, Rick is going to talk a little bit more about it, but the shoreline needs work, and we have a quote from the EID for $105,000. The boat launch itself, again, Rick will talk about that. We got a quote for $75,000. And this is the big one, the coffer dam, to dam it so that we can get a boat launch constructed, $137,000. And less the grant that we received graciously from the County of Newell that we are very thankful for would bring us to over $500,000. Now, In the last, in terms of what we've been doing so far, in the last few months, we've had 7 meetings with our developer, Jeet. 2 have been in person, 4 have been Zoom meetings, and 1 has been over the phone, where we really tried to work with him and tried to get him to understand the seriousness of what's happening out there. And I will just summarize everything, folks, by saying he told us he is not putting another dime into this project. He said he's lost $4 million out here. He is not going to put any more money into it. And when I asked him point blank, gee, do you even care if the marina shuts down? He said, no, I don't care. So that's the kind of fellow we're working with. We've tried and tried and tried to get him to work with us, but finally we got to the point and we looked at each other and said, okay, if what do we do? Because the only alternative, if we don't do something by ourselves, is for the marina to shut down. And the marina shutting down is not something that anybody wanted. It would have a lot of negative effects. There'd be a lot of irate boaters out there, a lot of irate residents out there. Everybody worried about what closing the marina will do to their value of their properties. Okay, that's a significant factor. Would we lose the fuel? It might go to the other side of the lake, and if that happened, we'd never get it back. Is Jeet just going to put a blockade across the launch so that it can't be used at all? And everybody's going to have to go to the other side of the lake, and we know how crazy that's going to be when we have a lot of people that use that launch, that are campers out there, etc. We know that grants are not available to the Marine Association as we do not own the docks. The developer owns the docks. We asked the developer if he would give that up to us, and we take it over, and he said no. We've asked the EID for support. We had a meeting with members from the county about a month ago. We had Councillors Screever and Johnson were present, as were Matt and Lane, and we had the general manager of the ID, Ivan Friesen, and a board member, Brian Schmidt. And we went over everything with them. And to be quite honest, our association was very disappointed with the response from the EID. I asked Ivan, who owns the shoreline? And he said, we do, the EID. Well, isn't it logical then that you guys should be fixing the shoreline and at your cost? Because if that happened anywhere else in the lake, you guys would be doing it. And he said, no, we don't see it that way. We have a developer in the picture who owns the land going right up to the shoreline, and because of that, they don't want to have anything to do with it. We also asked the ID if they would give us a quote on the Coffer Dam, because that's their area of expertise. And they said no, they didn't want to have anything to do with that either. So the one quote that we did get, Rick will go into it in more detail, was from the Smith Group, and that was $137,000. And we thought that the AID, if they got involved, could probably do it for a lot less. We recently got an appraisal of that block of land. Everybody said the best thing that could ever happen is if somebody or a group would buy Jeet out, buy that land out. And we all think that that's a great idea. The problem is, the last figure I've been told is he's requesting $2.8 million. And the value of that land is only $655,000. So there's a big gap. When we asked Jeet if he would consider selling the land, he said, of course, if it's what I think it's worth, if I get what I think it's worth. So we're stuck there. We've been in contact with the city of Brooks. I phoned John Nesbitt, a councillor, told him the situation. And the reason I said, you know, on your website under tourism, you guys talk about the beautiful Lake Newell and the number of people that use it and our beautiful marina and everything. And I said, well, there's a good chance that's going to be shut down. The reason I called John is he was a neighbor of mine out there and he lived there for many years and he's dealt with GEED in the past. Unfortunately, he said that I raised his blood pressure by bringing that name up again, but he said, well, there won't be any money coming from the city, but we are very concerned. And he also said he was going to get a hold of his brother about getting an article in the paper, and Sandra's here, and Sandra did, and it was a great article so that everybody knows what's going on. My wife Bonnie wrote a letter to our MLA and our premier, and they got back to us the next day, and they said that they're very concerned, that they were going to be getting somebody else involved, and the Minister of Alberta Forestry and Parks, Patrick Malkin, actually contacted our President, Bill Herman. And again, they do not want to see that marina shut down. They said, you know, just keep us in the loop what's going on. If there's any way we can help you, we will try our best in terms of expediting if you have to get permits or anything that has to normally go through the system and with the bureaucracy. They said they could speed things up. And then there's always again, we have a lawyer on our board, the exploration of legal action, because the original agreement, Bill said, was very poorly worded, the agreement between the developer and the EID. But in Bill's interpretation is that the developer is responsible for the docks and for maintaining the safety of the docks. And it's in writing. And if the developer gives up that right, then the EID is supposed to take over. None of those things are happening. The developer, like I said he wants to have nothing to do with it. We've had many discussions with boat owners, boat slip owners, and residents out there, and most people understand how difficult it is working with a developer. But I'll be very honest, a lot of people think that the EID should be getting involved and the County of Newell should be getting involved. I said to them, we have already received, or not already, but there is a grant in the works for $68,500 from the county. The county's been good working with us, but what I keep hearing is, if you look at the incredible tax base out at that area, they think that there should be more happening. I just want to share that with you guys. Okay, we had an AGM on March 21st. We sent out an email to all of the slip owners. Then we sent out an email to all the Lake Newell residents. We put it on the Lake Newell Resort Community Facebook page and the article in the paper. So it was well advertised at how important this meeting was. We needed 20 people there to have a quorum. There hasn't been a quorum for 2 years at the Lake Newell Resort AGM, because basically it's just been either the board showing up or the previous board resigning. We were shocked. We had over 50 people at the meeting. We weren't sure if they were there to lynch us or if they were there to support us, but we were very, very impressed with the feedback and the response that we got. Everybody there knew of our situation. We started the meeting off, but we invited Ivan Friesen to come and talk about the water levels at the lake, which was very, very important. And he did a good job explaining what happened last year. what he thinks is going to happen this year. He acknowledged that the communication was very, very poor with the Lake Newell residents. We virtually had no information last year when the lake levels were dropping drastically. They were in communication with the farmers and the people that were using the lake for irrigation, but not the people using it for recreation. And some of us just barely got our boats out in time by the end of July, so our boating season was 2 months less than normal. Ivan said he would communicate much better this year, although he anticipates a similar situation. We also, a couple of the things that we did at the meeting is we put forward 2 motions. This was the big one. We put forth a motion that the board authorizes from our reserves that we put $90,000 towards a new dock and getting at least 20 members to put $5,000 towards a new dock as a one-time fee in order for us to purchase a new dock, take out the old one and put in a new one. We let that sink in. We allowed people to talk about it. Again, we said if this doesn't happen, the marinas are going to shut down. It was passed unanimously, okay? Pardon me? Not unanimously, but it was passed. Sorry, overwhelmingly is the word I needed. We also put a motion forward that we increase our annual dues from $630 a year to $900 a year, as we did our homework and checked with a lot of the marinas across the province, and ours was on the low end. And obviously, if we were going to use 90,000 of our 100,000 in reserves, we would need to build that up again. And that was passed as well. So we told everybody that we were setting a deadline of today, actually, Thursday, March 28th at noon, to get the $5,000 in with our treasurer, Carla, either by dropping a check off where she works or doing an e-transfer. We also had discussion about non-slip owners. There were people there at the meeting that were very interested in what was going on, that didn't own a slip. And we felt that it was important for us to try to grow the marina, because despite our developer, we have a vision that we could have something very special out there, and we want it to grow. So we offered that if non-slip owners want to get in on this new dock, they contribute $5,000 as well, plus a $1,000 membership fee that everybody's had to do, as well as agreeing to the $900 a month, $900 a year fee, that they could get in on it possibly, depending on what the response was from the members. So our priority was as follows. We had 50 slip owners on Pier A. We have, I think, about 15 in Pier B, of which Jeet owns 10 of those, and Jeet also owns 50 on Pier A. So we said first priority was going to go to Pier A owners. Second priority was going to go to people from Pier B that wanted to move to Pier A. They also had the option of staying on Pier B, because Pier B is 10 years newer than Pier A, and it's still in good shape, so they wouldn't have to pay any more money just to stay where they are. And the third option was for non-slip owners. If there was room and availability, they could get slips as well. So Carla's been documenting everything as people came in for the non-slip owners, and it was going to be the people that paid their money first were going to be at the top of the list. Just before this meeting, I got the numbers from Carla, and we were shocked. and very pleased. Out of the, like I said, there are 50 slip owners in Pier A, and Jeet owns 45 of the, or sorry, Jeet owns 5 of those, so there's 45 slips available. We got $5,000 from 36 people that were willing to buck up to get a new pier. Nobody from Pier B wanted to move, and we have 9 people that are non-slip owners that want to slip. So we're back to the 45 number again. So basically, 9 people that had existing slips chose not to renew, and 9 people that didn't have a slip want to slip. So we're very happy with those numbers, and we are going to go ahead and order a new dock probably Tuesday morning. I'd like Rick to talk about the launch and the shoreline, please.
Good afternoon again. Thanks very much. I just feel you folks deserve an explanation on why it's taken so long for us to spend the grant money that you graciously gave it to us. So I'm here to tell you why the delay, and just to give you some insight. And once again, I can't thank you enough for that grant. It's a lot of money, and we don't take it for granted, and we very much appreciate it. So about a year ago, back in March, we started this process, and very quickly I went to the EID because I had heard that they were the experts on boat launches because they had just done one at Crawling Valley. That's why I tapped into their resources. I got great assistance from Ryan, the construction engineer over there, and he directed me to a company who put the boat launch in at Crawling Valley, and that was a company out of Tabor called VHL. And Ryan walked me through the process of the construction company that put it in, the environmental approval I was going to need, so I started the ball rolling, and we came here, we made a presentation on the cement work only to construct that boat ramp, and like I said, you graciously honored $65,800, because back then that's exactly what the concrete work was going to cost. I had assumed when I left the EID office that day that EID would probably assist us in the damming process, cofferdam, because Ryan again explained to me how they had done it and got it approved so easily. It does take time, but again, they had a process in place that was tried and tested, so I was relying on them to move forward, and I guess I made too many assumptions because that's what stalled. That was the first stall of this project because I got turned down by EID. Then I was scrambling to find some other construction company that would help me. And I searched high and low, and finally Smith's Construction were the only ones to give me a quote locally. And sadly, as you can see, that came out at $137,000 for the damming, cofferdamming, the removal of the old ramp. But they tell me this process is going to take a week or more, so you'll have to use material like a rubber bladder or some rock to dam the water back. The water has to be pumped out. The land has to be dry before the concrete work can be done. So there's a lot of moving parts in this, and unfortunately, that's just a lot of money. So what I'm doing now is I'm beginning another process to research other construction companies, get some more quotes, to try and compare apples to apples and see if I can get a better quote. There's a company in Edmonton that does these large bladders that are put in the water. They're filled with water. They hold back the water. That's exactly what we want to do. So I'm going to explore other options now that I have time. And I have to also tell you, the other moving part on this was the environmental process. I talked to a lady in Lethbridge. Her and I were communicating on a regular basis. Jean Peterson. I was one step away from environmental approval, but again, the moving pieces didn't line up in that I didn't have a construction company that could offer up a procedure as to how they were going to do the cofferdam. But that was my last step. So what I did is we put the approval, we suspended the approval. All the forms and all my information and diagrams and photographs are there. I can reenact that at any time, and I'm about to reenact that here real soon, once I get some more quotes from construction companies. And we're going to move forward. We're going to deal with this, and again, work around the owner, as you heard. That's not an option, but we're going to continue on. We're going to move on. So the other thing I wanted to highlight is, unfortunately, due to the delays, no fault of anybody's, from March until December of 2023, that cement cost went from $65,800 up to $74,900. So just in those few months, the cost of cement escalated that much. So this isn't going to probably happen for another year. So I was going to ask council if they need something in writing from us. I'd really like us to be allowed to hold that grant money possibly for another year, so we can complete phase 2 of this project, because I can't see it happening maybe the fall, maybe next spring, but we are going to use it. But I know a year has gone by, so I don't know how long you can sit on that. So I'd like to respectfully request the permission to still have that money and be set aside for probably another year down the road, I'm thinking. But so then there was a second part of that, and that was the shoreline, and Julian touched on that. But we look at that as probably phase 3, but we wanted to get a quote on that. So I went down with EID one day. We walked the shoreline very briefly. I can tell you what's there now is timber posts, all linked together by various means on the shoreline. Well, due to erosion and the wear and tear, the timbers have all broken down, and they're giving way and giving out. So the shoreline needs to be replaced. EID would do that for us, but once again, the cost is $105,000. And what they would do is come in, take a week or more. They would tear out all the old timbers, and they would armor reinforce the whole shoreline with large rocks, so it would last forever, pretty much. And it would visually look good, but moreover, it would reinforce the whole shoreline. So that's another cost, that's another day, that's another grant. But I think in step by step, our next item is the ramp. And I'm going to do everything I can to get better prices on the coffer dam process, because it's too high. So once again, I just wanted to thank you for that grant, and wish you all a happy Easter, and thanks very much.
Okay, additional challenges that we still face. Obviously, the biggest one is working with the developer still. You know, we've definitely taken a gamble here. We've gone ahead with this without his approval. People are saying, well, should we be putting money into something we don't own? And we said, this is the only way we're going to get it. To this point, I've been out there for more than 20 years and have had boat slip, and I've used my boat slip for 20 years, and I knew I didn't own it. So we're trying to just continue forward that way. Can he make things difficult for us? I guess he could. But the way we're looking at it is he's getting a group of people spending $300,000. He's going to have a $300,000 asset that he didn't pay a penny for. So we haven't heard from him yet. We don't think he's going to stop us. But that's one of the challenges for sure. Another challenge is getting the dock in so that we have boating season this year. When I was talking with Kevin Carlson, just as recently as a few days ago, they said if we get the order in right away, that we could have it within 6 to 8 weeks. So it would be great if we could have the dock for the May long weekend. That'd be a great time to open things up. We have Mike Romans has volunteered all of his equipment to dismantle the existing dock and take it out. Whether what we're going to do with it, either bring it to the dump or, I don't know, Sean, if anything is salvageable.
Yeah, you could sell them like
That we could sell for whatever.
floats in a dugout.
Okay, that's a possibility. So that's a challenge. And of course, we still have the challenge of the launch and the shoreline going forward. But again, this is the only way we could see us saving the boating season. The other thing I forgot to mention at our AGM, once the motions were passed, was election of officers. The board, because of the way the vote went, we decided to all stay for another year. And we opened it up to 50 people if anybody wanted to join us, and nobody put their hand up. So I think they're happy with how we've been doing, or they just didn't want to get involved. But those are the challenges that we see going forward. And last of all is, how can the county help us? That's, I guess, something for you people to discuss. But we're at the point now, I'm just going to throw it out there. I'm going to ask a couple questions. You don't, obviously, you can answer them now if you want. You don't have to, but can the county help us financially with the coffer dam? That's one question. And I don't know if this is allowed, but would the county consider a no-interest loan to the Marine Association for the coffer dam, and that we could start paying you back? As we said, the fees have been increased from 630 to 900, plus we have 9, probably 10 people that are paying $1,000 to get a membership, so we could start getting some money there. Because look how much the launch went up just in a matter of months. How much is the coffer dam going to go up in a year? We don't know, but we anticipate it could go up quite a bit. Does anybody else up here have any other questions? Or
No, just those costs. If we don't, kind of act on things now. We originally were dealing with the dock situation 2.5, 3 years ago, and that's gone from $220,000 to $300,000. So every year we wait, as you guys know, running the county, it just gets to be more and more and more cost prohibitive to do these projects. So
open it up for discussion.
Thanks for the presentation. You are between a bit of a rock and a hard place.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks for the information. We probably need to move on, but if there are some questions, I think we should take a few minutes if there are, and I have a couple. How many lots or residence houses are there at the resort? Do you know? Do we know?
Matt might know better than me.
We can get you a number.
It's a rhetorical question.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. And you talked about liability in terms of ownership of which is, I think you kind of identified two fronts for that. One, the developer, two, the EID. Are you taking action on that, or are you proceeding on that at all? I mean, that seems like a fairly, I mean, I empathize with the situation that you're in because it's a little bit unusual maybe, but.
That's something, obviously, we're going to be pursuing and talking about. Again, we don't think that's going to help us solve the situation for this voting season, but that's definitely an avenue.
Okay, are there any other questions from council? Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, just one comment, not really a question. I'm well versed on this, so thanks for the presentation, and I'm pretty impressed on how our community has come together out there. This has kind of brought the community together, and what I'm learning more and more as we go along is how important that marina is to not only Lake New Resort, but also to the county and to tourism, Brooks. The thought of it not being there is weighing heavy on my mind these days. So I just want to let you know that I really stand behind these these folks that are sitting here. They're putting their heart and soul into it. So,
Thanks, Greg. Kelly, you've got a question?
Yeah, I do
Okay.
have a question. My question is, if you can't play with this landowner, is there another landowner that you can play with? And you have to understand, I'm a dry lander. So just know that I don't know who owns the land along Lake Newell Resort or anything, but I'm just saying, would it not be, it sounds like we need to start at ground zero, and then we can deal with a new landowner maybe.
Well, that option, that's the best option, I agree. I know people have talked to Jeet in the past about that piece of land, and again, his idea of what it's worth is very inflated, and then so they can't come to an agreement. I talked with Tom Mossing, a retired banker. I said, Tom, let's get a group of people together and buy that out. The problem is we would have to put up personal guarantees. That's not a great thing either. The Lake Newell Marina doesn't have any assets. That's our biggest problem. And it's going to be hard getting money that way. But the best thing that could ever happen, obviously, is if somebody bought him out or a group of people bought him out. I've been told by somebody that there's someone currently making that's discussing things with Jeet right now about buying that land. But again, I don't know how it's going to shake out.
Okay, yep. Thanks. Go ahead.
I think the question was missed.
Oh,
I hear
okay.
what you're saying. I'm saying walk away from that and start new on another chunk of land. Is that a possibility?
Yeah, like the importance of that bay is it's crucial not to just the boaters themselves, but that's where search and rescue is launched out of. It's a protected shelter now. The EID is actually built up the far west south side, I guess. So it's the most protected spot in the lake. So when there's a wind event, happens at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, all the boats come into that bay to then protect themselves. And if there was a problem out in the bay, the search and rescue uses that calm water to launch their boats and get out into the main part of the lake. So it is a pretty crucial point and it's why it was designed there. Mm-hmm. So I guess you can move it to the other side of the bay, but those are commercial or residential lots that you would have to then deal with. But
what about the depth of the water?
So, that inside the bay. If you move to the other side, the water is too shallow. Yeah. So.
Sorry, I didn't get your question at first. Sorry.
Thanks. I think location is clearly everything with regard to this, and difficult to say too much that might be more useful than what you're already doing. But another question? Did you have a question, Holly, or not?
It wasn't a question, just it's great to see how the community is stepping up and trying to solve this problem. And we've talked about it, it's really a tough one given the whole ownership. It's just not easily solved, is it? It's tough.
Thank you.
I would just say too that I think around this table we recognize the importance of what's going on out there and the dynamic of what is happening at Lake Newell Resort, and pretty good imagination for a vision for what could happen in the future. So we share that with, again, don't know what else we can say at this point. Thank you for presenting to us. You're between a rock and a hard place in some place, and there's probably nothing useful that I can say at this point that's going to help change that. But keep up the good work. I hope that you're successful somehow. You didn't have. Okay. So thanks for the presentation, and we're here to do what we can as well. So thank you.
Very much.
Okay. Lynette, please.
Did we just want to say that the money that we have already spoken about is still there?
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Lynette. Matt has indicated, I think procedurally, you don't probably need to worry about that contribution. I think we were uncertain of time frame when it was committed, but hopefully it is put to some good use at some point to solve the problem. So, yeah. No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we have a delegation from the City of Brooks. We're a little bit late, but welcome here. Shelley Thomas and Don Sari. We will introduce ourselves and then get you to introduce yourselves too. Start with Lynette. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm Lynette Kopp, Division 3, Patricia Millicent area.
Good afternoon and welcome. I'm Dan Short from Division 1, Rolling Hills.
Welcome, Adina Scandrip, Division 2, the Hamlet of Tillian area.
Good afternoon, Holly Johnson, Division 4, Scandia, Rainier, and Bow City.
Welcome, nice to see you. Matt Fensky, County Manager.
Welcome, Arno Dirksen, Division 9, the Gem area.
Hi, I'm Kelly Chrisman from the west side of the county, Div 6.
Hi, Greg Screever, Lake New Resort and Castles area.
Welcome, Ellen Undra, and I represent Division 7 around the village of Rosemary.
Nice to see you. Amanda Philpott, Division 8, Duchess area.
Neil Johnson, Division 10, Rome Brooks.
Catherine, if you want to.
Catherine Siaklik, Communications Officer.
Ariana Nielsen, Executive Assistant.
Sandra Stanway, Brooks Bulletin.
Hi, I'm Shelley Thomas, the Manager of Finance for the City of Brooks.
Hello, I'm Don Sari. I'm the Manager of Works and Utilities for the City of Brooks.
Welcome this afternoon. We're a little bit late getting started, but the time is yours. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Honorable Council members and Reeve. So the City of Brooks Council passed their 2023 to 2032 10-year capital plan in December of 2022. Included in that plan were 2 new multi-year parks projects scheduled to begin in 2023. The first one is the old rodeo grounds development. This project was in the 10-year capital plan for a total of $3 million, $1.5 million in 2023 and $1.5 million in 2024. The budget for the old rodeo grounds development were approved by City Council in both of those budget years. And to date, $33,135 was spent on professional services by Benny Consultants, with the remaining project budget being carried forward to 2024. So therefore, the 2024 total budget for the old rodeo grounds development currently is $2,966,865. Of course, this is the original budget, and there has been a lot of discussion on the scope of the project. So future budget amendments could come forward if the scope was to be expanded. The second project that was in the 10-year capital plan for the city is the skateboard park upgrades. This project was in the plan for $1.5 million. $100,000 was budgeted in 2023 for the design, and the remaining 1.4 was budgeted for 2024. Both of those budgets were approved by City Council in the respective budget years, and in 2023 the city spent $24,125 on professional services by New Line Skate Parks towards the design. The remaining 2023 budget was carried forward to 2024, and that budget sits at $1,475,875. So in keeping with the nature and pursuant to Clause 4.3 of the Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework Agreement between the County of Newell and the City of Brooks, the city anticipated in our budgets that the county would consider that these two projects, consider these projects for inclusion in the amended Schedule A of that agreement. So I would just like to turn it over to Dawn to talk about the projects themselves and where we're at with them. And it looks like I'm sitting next to this, so I'll try and... He can just wing it.
Thank you. First one we'll talk about is the skateboard park. On June 2022, the city hired a consultant to do an assessment of the existing skateboard park. The cost to bring the park to a long-term safe level was determined to be too costly. The consultant's next step was to look at doing a site selection. So a site selection was done by evaluating each site using various criteria. The Duke of Sutherland, McKay Park, Old Rodeo Grounds, and the existing site were looked at. The existing site was the one which was chosen to put it back there. So in June 2023, RFP went out for a design build of a new park. And in August of 2023, the work was awarded to New Line Skate Parks. New Line Skate Parks is out of Calgary and the West Coast. In December 2023, the geotechnical of the site was completed. In January 24, we did a public consultation at the JBS Canada Centre. And now to December 2024, the next steps are going to be to preliminary design, 2 more workshops, a final design for approval, and a technical design, and in 2025 we plan on doing construction. That's the skateboard park. The old rodeo grounds. In 2021, the City of Brooks did a public engagement, both online and in person, to determine how the residents of Brooks would like to see our old rodeo grounds, located at 207 7th Street East, develop. The results of the public engagement showed that 76% of those surveyed would like to see the development of the old rodeo grounds for a football field, 2 soccer fields, a track, bleachers, lighting, and walking trails. And also included in this project was an expansion to our sewer dump site that is on 7th Street East. In February 2023, we went out for an RFP for the old rodeo ground sports fields field design. In April 2023, we awarded it to RF Binney and Associates Limited. And in August 2024, we held a stakeholders meeting at the JBS Canada Centre. And from that design you see up there is what pretty much came out of there. In September 2024, feedback of the stakeholder meeting was discussed with council, but however, at this time, no design has been approved as of yet. And that's my update.
Okay, thank you. You're open for questions if there are any. Anybody have questions? Holly, go ahead, please.
Hello. So at the skateboard park, it just looks like you put the images on top of what is currently there. Is that correct? Like in terms of walking trails, or like, did you do anything like that? Or is that just the placement of those 3 main pieces? Sorry, yeah, the old rodeo grounds. Sorry, not, yeah.
The old rodeo ground.
The one you have up there, that was my question, yes.
Yeah, those are the 2 basic design concepts that came out of the engagement meeting. Final design has not been completed as of yet.
So when you talk about there was an interest in walking paths, none of that is in there yet. It's just That's only at this far, so far in your process.
That's correct. In our process, what was budgeted for was a football field and 2 soccer fields. The rest is wishes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Adina, go ahead and Matt.
Just wondering, so the Kinplex that's there now would stay?
That decision hasn't been made as of yet either.
It is in the drawing now, though, as it's presented, or not? It's not?
They haven't decided whether they would alter those fields to eliminate or to utilize it for something.
Yeah, just not at that point yet. Okay, Kelly, go ahead.
I'm going back to the agreement, I guess, and I have a question around whether these 2 projects are specifically mentioned in our agreement, or were they post-agreement?
Matt, maybe.
Yeah, I can take that one. The agreement speaks to a Schedule A, which lists individual capital projects, which the county agreed to fund 20% of those listed projects. The REC agreement specifically recognizes the city's process for updating their 10-year capital plan, which was to be updated during the term of the agreement. And once it was updated, council would review, and any new projects you would consider for additions to support with funding. So that's where we're at in the process now, is these are the 2 new projects to be considered. Will we update our agreement with the city to fund those projects?
Okay, thanks. Amanda, please.
Pardon me, can you give me clarification on the skate park and what you're doing with that?
What our consultants are telling us is, when you look at that drawing, our budget is sufficient enough for the skateboard park and the pump track, which is a bicycle track. What you see is a tennis court. They've just added that in there. We're hoping that the parking lot there's enough funding to do the parking lot as well. The skate park, as you see it there, would be about the same footprint as what we currently have. So it kind of gives you an idea of the size of everything else on that drawing then.
So it's going to be in the same location? So
That's right.
You're going to gut the park and redo it again?
That's correct.
Now, I know that when that park was built in 2008, it was in a high water table. Why would you put it back there?
The geotechnical that we've done so far shows it as it's sufficient to go back into that same location.
But this park now today has not water issues, but sinking issues. And it's, we're talking 14 years. So are we not going to have the same problems?
When they did the evaluation on the park, what came up out of it was that the sinking issues were done due to the way it was constructed. There was no rebar tying pieces together. They don't believe that the compaction was done correctly underneath the skateboard park, or a good base was installed.
And my next question, are you changing the design of the park, and are the kids involved in that design?
Yeah, and that was the purpose of the meeting that we had at the JBS Canada Center. The skateboard park clubs were there. Some students were there. There still is, I think they're still going to have another engagement survey go out. But the design that is there is not the design. The design still needs to be approved.
Okay, Holly?
Just a clarification question. Did you say the parking lot and the tennis court is not necessarily part of the project? You said about just being added in? I didn't quite understand that.
Yeah, the budget as of now is the skateboard park and the pump track. That is the budget.
Okay, thanks. Kelly, please.
And you answered my question, I think, already. You are going to have more engagement by the public?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Any timeline in mind?
We were originally going to do construction in 2024, but it went so late into 2023 that we felt we'd push construction back to 2025 to allow a full year for design.
Thank you.
Okay, Lynette, please, go ahead.
Do we have all these numbers, Matt? Do we have all these numbers, like the projected costs of all of this? We have this?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thanks for your presentation this afternoon. Appreciate you coming in. And we'll consider the implications for us. Thanks. I think we're up to 10.3, right? The survey for municipal affairs engagement. Okay, request for, let's take a 5-minute recess and reconvene at about 12 after 2. Thank you. Yeah. Survey for Municipal Affairs Engagement on intermunicipal collaboration frameworks. Matt?
Take that. All right, so we received this letter of invitation from your Minister of Municipal Affairs. You will notice there's no request for decision attached to this. I wanted to advertise this today to council and propose that administration brings this back a day before the deadline at our April 11th meeting, and we go through the survey. Admin will take the first crack at answers to the questions. You'll see it in the agenda package. And you have had some very practical experience today with ICF arrangements. So, you know, let the interactions and the order of operations kind of inform what you think should be baked into the legislation, or if there should be legislation at all that is in the MGA on these frameworks. So that's what we're intending to do, but we will take direction if you'd like to take a different course of action.
Okay, thank you. Holly?
So looking for just one reply for the municipality, basically, yeah, okay.
And we'll revisit
I think
this.
it's a good plan.
Revisit it in 2 weeks is what you're suggesting. Okay, so if we're good with that, we can move on. Let's go to item number 10.4, which is the Economic Developers of Alberta Ministry Dinner. We need to determine attendees as per a direction from our previous meeting on March the 21st, I believe. Holly, go.
I did look up dates, just so whoever is interested in going. It is less than 2 weeks between this dinner, which is in Edmonton, and the fall RMA, because the fall RMA is December 4th to 7th, something like that. So, November, sorry. And I don't know, I'd like to nominate Arno to go as one of the two people.
Sorry, Amanda, go ahead.
We do have council that day.
Okay, no, that's right.
We can keep the agenda short, or we could move the meeting.
Fly somebody now. Okay, thank you. Okay, I mean, I'm willing to go if that's council's wish, but we've decided to send 2 people, right? Who else is working? Oh, go ahead, Annette.
I thought Greg had expressed interest
Yeah, I
in
think
this
so.
one.
Greg said he would like to go. Yeah, I saw that too. Is that, do we have a motion to, Neil?
Yeah, I'll make that motion that Arno and Greg attend the developers conference.
Is there someone else who wants to go as well, or? I think we've decided to send 2, but. Okay, the motion is that Greg and myself attend. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, please indicate. Okay, that's carried. Thank you. We have a request for the proclamation of National Volunteer Week from April 14th to the 20th. That's as per the Grasslands FCSS. Is someone prepared to make a motion to that effect? Holly?
I will make that motion.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, please indicate. That is carried. Thank you. Councillor payment sheets. Any questions or comments with regard to them, Lynette?
Just back to the FCS Citizen of the Year
sure.
event, that it's on May 3rd. Had we picked somebody to go already?
Okay, thanks. Holly, you had an answer to that?
Yes, I believe Amanda and Adina were planning on going to that event.
We were going to the resiliency thing.
Oh, that's resiliency. Oh, well, the Citizen of the Year, that is, I think who's ever the FCS person is supposed to go. So that's, I mean, anybody is welcome to attend, I believe.
So Holly, you would be attending that anyway. Do we want to send more than one person? You're suggesting we send Amanda too as well? Yeah. I'll take, Lynette, go ahead.
I would like to propose that any councillor that would want to go make it a function of council.
I think that's a good idea, actually, in the light of the fact that this is our area Citizen of the Year initiatives. That's probably a good idea if council's favorable to that. That's a motion. All in favor of the motion, please indicate. That's carried. Thank you. Acceptance of councillor payment sheets. Are there any comments or things for us to be aware of from the committee, or any questions? Or alternatively, a motion to approve or accept the councillor payment sheets. Greg, please.
I would just want to note that my name is not on there this time.
I can fix that.
Okay. So, significance
So
of that.
that was going to be my comment as well, but I'm also willing to make a motion to approve.
Okay. Okay, thank
Quickly
you.
before they add my name.
Right. All in favor, please indicate. It's carried. Thank you.
I think it was so hard next time.
We are down to committee reports, I believe, right? Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. Functions of council. Are there any functions of council to be noted today? Any, Kelly, please?
Ask the group what they felt about the RPAP online. 1 hour, well, no, actually, it's being hosted here in Brooks. As joint services, we received an invitation, and it's building a strategic plan for RPAP. Yes.
What's the date?
It is April 11th. You saw the invitation? Yeah, it's in the evening. It may fall under joint services. That's where the initiation came from. I can forward you the email that we received if you like. Just came earlier this week. Came from Jenny Wallace, and it's dated Wednesday at 4:23 p.m. And Matt also received a copy, and it went to all of the region. It's a regional strat plan, and I'm just going to forward to all of council. Not suggesting that we all attend, just saying so you know it's legit.
It's a 1 hour meeting, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
At Home Time Barbecue.
Oh, okay. By April 11th? What's the date of the meeting again?
April 11th.
Yeah, it's the same day. Yeah, okay.
Oh, maybe I've wrote it down wrong then.
Yes, I have our RPAP for April 24th, supper at 6 p.m.
I wrote it in the wrong place.
Yeah, okay. Matt?
Just for clarity, I think we're talking two different things. There is the meet and greet on April 24th in the evening, and there is the overview of RPAP's 2024 to 27 strategic plan scheduled for, call it 6 to 6:45 on April 11th.
That's
Yeah.
the one I'm talking about.
Okay. Go ahead.
So those things are both joint services, not county council, just to clarify.
So if you're on joint services, you.
Just to clarify, that's where I got the information, yes, yes.
Okay. Okay, so we can, oh, Lynette?
Were we needing a motion to make those functions of council, or we just know they're joint services and they're?
They're covered if they're joint services, yeah. I think so. That's my interpretation. Okay, anything else? Seeing none, let's move on to committee reports. Joint services. Greg and Kelly.
Okay, I'm just going to go through the agenda a little bit. Brent Schroeder presented on behalf of the EID. Fiber is going in. They just received a $4.15 million federal and provincial grant to help with the project, so it's going to move forward even quicker. Rolling Hills Campground fees. Rolling Hills Campground, the fees are going to remain the same for the ensuing year. Snake Lake project, $273 million is approved and will go forward. 30% of that is a provincial grant. That's going to expand up to 70,000 acre-feet of water to this area. The land is owned by the EID over the entire footprint, and private land up to the reservoir, which may cause a challenge. Ideally, they would have liked to have owned more land, but it is private land right up to the shore of the reservoir. He mentioned that drought depends on the melt, and with this latest snow, that melt has even increased. Water sharing agreements are ongoing and regular process of the EID. They're turning the water on May 6th for irrigators. He's hopeful that Kimbrook Island kitchen will be open, but again, it's on a snag up in Edmonton. So he says we're hopeful, quote unquote. Weeds in the canals, i.e. kochia, not a lot they can do, but that was mentioned. And any help that we can give as neighboring landowners is appreciated. That was the EID report. Lane presented on the hydrogen hub proposal and didn't receive a whole lot of questions or anything on that. Anything else, Greg, that you want to mention? Okay.
What's your next meeting date?
Our next meeting date is April the 9th at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Usual time and place.
Yeah. Okay. Any questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to Newell Recycling Association. Lynette?
We had our AGM last night. The president remained Florence Jessica. Vice president is Doug Erlinson. Okay, I guess it's a little tongue twister. Our secretary is Ray Jessica, and our treasurer is none other than Dina Scandrup, who has joined our board. We have been registered for the EPR program, waiting on negotiations with the producer responsibility organizations, but apparently that's a big waiting game. There are only 3 in the province. We have also discussed becoming a service provider for those producer responsibility organizations, and that's also a registration. So maybe Neil might be able to shed some light if that's actually happened yet, because Newell Regional Solid Waste is our registrar, I guess. And yeah, so we're just waiting on getting more word on how this is all going to play out. Do you want me to do the shortgrass one right away?
Sure, yeah, okay. That'd be good.
County of Newell Library Board, we're still looking for another board member from 5 or 10. Would be awesome to sit at the Brooks Library board as well, possibly. We are reviewing our policy manual, which needs to be done every 3 years, but we thought we'd get a little bit of a jump on it and work on it slowly instead of doing it all at once. Shortgrass is hosting their PD Day, April 15th, for library boards and the library managers in Medicine Hat. And that's what I've got.
Thank you, Lynette. Any questions for either? Neil?
Yeah, will you just make me a note? I've got a landfill meeting this afternoon, so I'll bring up whatever you need.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on. Palliser Economic Partnership, Polly, please.
When I was reviewing, I realized that everyone got the PEP newsletter a couple weeks ago, so there's really nothing to share. Our meeting got delayed by Lauren's death, so we're not meeting until next month in Hannah.
Okay, thank you. No questions? Rec Board Divisions 5 and 10, Greg.
Yeah, so we met a couple weeks ago, and we did our funding approvals for the $70,000 that's allocated for 5 and 10. $52,000 going to Lake Newell Resort with respect to the beach out there, and new surface for the sport courts that are there, the tennis court and the basketball court. $7,300 went to the Castles Community Center for gravel in the parking lot and installation of a fence, and $8,600 upgrade to the for the Silver Sage Arena, basically for public address system within the. So that so we did a meeting with Neil. I don't know if you have anything more, Neil?
Just as a note, the same squares that they used to do the gym basketball court, they're using out here. So it worked out actually pretty cheap.
Thank you. No questions. Scandia, Rec Board.
Yeah, the Rec Board for Division 4, the Bow Slope Rec Board met as well and decided to disperse some of the money that had built up a bit. So the 3 halls received $10,000 each for regular maintenance and a few small projects. Rainier wants to redo their games room. And of course, Scandia is working, wanted that money extra for the sound system we're putting in. And then the EID Park got its regular $5,000 plus we gave the park $20,000, and with that money they believe they now have enough to repaint the elevator, and that will cost $80,000 or $90,000. So they've scraped up their money and they think they have enough, but if I guess they won't, they might be coming to see us, but they think they might be able to pull it off. So that's really good news because it needs a paint job. Because it's so old, you can't blast the paint off with water. It has to be hand scraped, and that's where the cost comes in. So 2 or 3 previous times we had them use water and then paint, and it came off in 2 or 3 years. And the last one hand scraped it, and it's been probably good about 10 years. So it's really worth the extra money. If you can find someone who wants to hand scrape an elevator.
Okay, thanks. We'll move on to Castles Arena. Where's the arena in Castles? AGM? Well, ARENA, that to me that says arena, but that's okay.
Should be Castles Hall.
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you.
I'm getting a bit confused. Anyway, okay, so Castles Hall, we had the AGM out there, and I attended. They had me speak on behalf of the county, which was I had to kind of put something together, and I kind of said we were in good shape, and we're looking at doing lots of paving and all that stuff. So anyway, yeah. So the hall out there is in real good shape. Most of the summer is booked for weddings and reunions already. So, very, very good. We had good attendance at the meeting. The hall, Castles Hall, tends to be a central meeting area for people that are coming from the east and the west, and they meet at Castles. So it's kind of neat. The painting in the hall, that was requested by 5 and 10 Rec Board that we declined. The Quilting Guild actually came forward and is going to put up the money for the painting, the women's. So that's why quilting came up this morning. And the Rec Connect, they're not, because their hall is, they're booking, they're booked. They're not real interested in being part of Rec Connect. So I tried to sell it a little bit more there, but but they say, well, we like how we're doing it. We're booked up. This is designed for halls that aren't really, booking their halls. So they said, well, we're just doing a pass right now. So just thought I'd update you on that.
Thanks, Greg. Talk to us about Lake Newell Resort Marina.
I think we've heard quite a bit from that. But there's one comment that maybe the county can help with respect to the kochia weeds, which we heard at Joint Services. The kochia weeds, what's happening is in the main inlet into the lake from the Bizano Dam. That canal's filling up with kochia weeds. And then when they turn the water on, all those kochia weeds get pushed into the lake. You think they'd all just go over to Kimbrook, but no, they don't. They actually come around the bend and settle right in the main beach area and marina area. So, and you should see it. It's crazy, the amount of kochia weeds that are there. It's out 100 feet of kochia weeds. So volunteers bring them all up, pile them in a big pile. What they need, but then they sit there and they rot, or they don't rot. It takes years for them to decompose. They need help with being able to burn them. And that's something that we have to work with the county and the EID with respect to putting together some kind of plan in order to burn those kochia weeds. That's the only additional thing that I have to report.
Okay, thanks, Greg. If there's no questions, I think that's it for committee reports. And we're getting down to post-agenda items, which I don't believe there are any. So a motion to move in camera would be in order, I believe. Holly, please.
I motion move in camera.
All in favor that we go in camera, that's carried. Thank you. We will get disconnected from the public domain.